tu sais porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, our community is mourning the loss of a much beloved and respected man from a much respected and honored family. Leo Akat Ali Bajwa passed away earlier this month at the much too young age of 71. Too young, given the legacy he's left us. A life well lived in the spirit and service of Surrey's robust diversity. Mr. Bajwa dedicated himself to nourishing our Pakistani community's links to its arts and culture as the largest promoter of programs and events that entertained and enriched. As a Muslim, he was a champion. And as a dad, Mr. Bajwa and his wife raised 3 great sons who serve today in medicine, the law, and the family construction business. This gentleman's reputation was as a straight shooter with a heart of gold. He never sought praise or recognition, he earned it, receiving the Queen's Diamond Jubilee Award in 2013. To his wife Samara and his sons Amar, Afan, Zoab, and their families, we, like you, will miss him. May his memory always be a blessing.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, even in challenging times like these times, there can be extraordinary things. And I'm really proud today to talk about some extraordinary constituents in the great riding of Dufferin-Caledon. Jayden Padeashi, together with the support of his father, Koven, and his sister, Isabella, successfully concluded their 2nd annual Food Bank Street Challenge. Jalen and his dad came up with the idea because food banks were suffering as a result of COVID-19 and a lack of donations. Why did they call it a challenge? Because once a person collected food, they challenged their neighbors to do the same thing. The extraordinary thing is, this challenge was mostly driven by children. And in the first year, they brought in 30,000 pounds of food. And in the second year, they brought in another 7,500 pounds of food, again, mostly driven by children. So I want to give a hearty congratulations on behalf of myself and everyone here today to Jalen, Koven, Isabella, and everyone that took up the Food Bank Challenge.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
25 years ago, the Government of Canada created the Canada Foundation for Innovation. Its mandate was to increase the capacity of Canada's universities, colleges, hospitals, and other organizations by investing in research infrastructure. The CFI has transformed the research landscape in Canada by giving researchers the labs and tools they need to think big and conduct world-class research. Since the start, the CFI has invested over $9 billion in almost 12,000 infrastructure projects at 170 research institutions across Canada. These investments have led to breakthroughs in such areas as health, AI, quantum computing, and the environment. I invite all members of this House to join me in congratulating the Canada Foundation for Innovation, led by President Roseanne Runta and her team, on its silver anniversary. Here's to the next 25 years of supporting discovery, exploration, and innovation.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, on the night of the 13th of July, a tragedy was avoided thanks to the quick reflexes of a resident of Saint-Constant, Marie-Ève Bouchard. Her spouse, Nick Saint-Jacques, suddenly had a heart attack and crumbled before the eyes of his children. Despite her emotions, instinctively, Madame Bouchard worked hard and ensured that the emergency services were quickly contacted and she worked to reanimate her spouse. Thanks to her heroic sang-froid, Monsieur Saint-Jacques recovered well from the incident. Madame Bouchard showed great resilience, and she also reminded all of us that we should know how to do reanimation techniques. It saves lives, and that's what she did for her spouse, because she was ready. Madame Bouchard, you are a true heroine, and I have great admiration for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Woodbridge.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year in February, we are proud to celebrate Canada's Black community. But 28 days are not enough to celebrate the contributions of pioneer Black Canadians. This year's theme is February and Forever, celebrating Black history today and every day. There are Black leaders here in the House of Commons, but also throughout the country. For example, in my riding, Shernan Martin, Isaac Olawolof, Charlene Grant, and Chris Campbell work indefatigably to support Black entrepreneurs, families, youth, and women's well-being. They promote diversity in specialized trades and excellent examples of excellence in the Black community. Black history is intimately linked to the history of Canada, with moments of passion, courage, and hope. Today and every day, we must amplify their voices. Let us celebrate Black History Month.
The Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to rise in the House today and congratulate newly elected Sass Party MLA Jim LeMaig on a historic victory in last night's by-election in the provincial riding of Athabasca. A proud member of the Clearwater River Dene Nation, Jim has been a voice for Northern Saskatchewan built around a career of community service. He served on the Council of the Clearwater River Dene Nation, holding the Education and Natural Resources portfolios. He also served as a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council's Board of Education. In addition to these roles, Jim is a retired member of the RCMP, who served many northern communities and First Nations. In its 114-year history, the Athabasca riding has only been represented by the Liberals, the CCF, or the NDP.
Goodbye.
Today begins a new, exciting chapter for Northwest Saskatchewan. I look forward to working with Jim to grow the North's economy, keep our communities safe, and make life more affordable for everyone across Northern Saskatchewan. Congratulations, Jim, on your historic victory.
Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to highlight the outstanding work of the Afghan Women's Organization Refugee and Immigrant Services in my riding of Don Valley East. Adina Niazi, the Executive Director, and her entire team continue to empower women, their families, and Afghan Canadians in my community and more broadly throughout the GTA. From settlement services, advocacy, to humanitarian work in Afghanistan, the AWO has been a lifeline to so many people seeking their help. Speaker, this organization is helping people and their families build new lives here in Canada, some starting with absolutely nothing, having left everything they own behind and surviving the devastation back home. I've always been impressed by their passion, dedication towards helping others, and the success of their programs and the services they deliver. Speaker, we are lucky to have such an organization here in Canada, and I want to thank them for all their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm honored to rise in this House to celebrate the life of Evelyn Gertrude Powell, better known to those who knew her as Betty. Betty was born in Ontario and raised in Cape Breton. She was the proud wife of a brave Canadian soldier and raised 4 boys in the Armukto PMQs at CFB Gagetown. Betty gave all she had to the people around her, whether it was through her famous tea biscuits, singing in the choir at church, delivering the blessing before a meal, or being the last to leave the Legion for cleanup after a function. Betty is a charter member of the Ladies Auxiliary Branch 93, serving for over 50 years as a color guard on Remembrance Day. She was the Goodwill Ambassador for the Fredericton Capital District, a dedicated fundraiser for the Heart and Stroke Foundation, among many other causes, a model volunteer, including running the Dolphin Senior Swim Club at the University of New Brunswick and being the secretary for the Armukto Sea Cadets. Betty's always believed in our great nation. She's always had a deep respect for our democracy, our institutions, and Queen Elizabeth. She's even the recipient of the Queen's Jubilee Medal. Betty embodies the definition of selflessness and has made the world a better place for her contributions. Betty is my grandmother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is at 5.1%, its highest level since 1991. Last week, I received a letter from a constituent. He said, and I quote, "I just got a natural gas bill in the mail. I have never seen my gas bill go over $350 a month. For this month was $645. $120 was for carbon tax for the feds to squander. It's a tax grab, and I'm upset. I'm on a limited and a fixed budget. This hurts me financially. I know the Prime Minister could care less about me and my family. He figures my budget will balance itself. I love our country, but my family just cannot afford him and the Liberals. Sorry for venting. I have to go and figure out how to pay my bill for the month." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians dispose of 3 million tons of plastic waste each year. This waste pollutes Canada's rivers, lakes, and our oceans. As data shows the serious impact of single-use plastics on our environment, all Canadians can appreciate efforts at every level of government to transition to sustainable alternatives. Mr. Speaker, in my past role as Deputy Mayor and City Councillor here in Ottawa, I worked with the City of Ottawa administration to eliminate the sale of plastic water bottles from the city's administrative, recreation, and cultural facilities. I'm proud to share that the city has just announced that as of the end of June, Ottawa's facilities will no longer distribute or sell plastic water bottles. Instead, Ottawa residents can turn to water fountains and water bottle refill stations in municipal facilities. I highly commend the city for taking this step and look forward to supporting more initiatives to achieve the government's goal of zero plastic waste by 2030. Thank you, Mr.
Great job. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the good people of Princeton, British Columbia. They, as many in this place may recall, are a small rural community of less than 2,000 citizens struggling mightily to rebuild after devastating flooding. After that flooding, the Prime Minister told the good people of Princeton not to worry. He had their back. He would be there for them. And now, Mr. Speaker, the bills are due. It was reported in the Similkameen Spotlight that the Prime Minister's office gave Mayor Spencer Coyne a special phone number that told the mayor that it was they told the mayor that it was a special link to call if in trouble. Well, Mr. Speaker, the mayor has called that special link. And you know what he was told? Talk to the province. Mr. Speaker, I hope everyone in this place can agree. When the Prime Minister makes a promise to have someone's back and to be there for them, the Prime Minister must be a man of his word. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, recently a constituent of mine in Parry Sound, Muskoka told me the nightmare she experienced trying to access parental benefits after she spent weeks in Sick Kids Hospital with her newborn. She sent her paperwork for parental benefits to Service Canada in late August 2021. She delivered her baby in September, and only yesterday finally received her benefits. Service Canada at every step of the way told her that they were overworked and they were still learning how to deal with COVID. Mr. Speaker, this was late 2021, 2 years into the pandemic. In a riding like mine, where many seasonal workers and folks who rely on the EI program, the excuse we're still learning how to work with COVID is just simply not good enough, Mr. Speaker. At a time when restaurants and businesses are reopening and learning how to live with COVID-19, it is time for this government to do the same and ensure that the services delivered to the people that need them are done in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The President of Ukraine has declared February 16 as the Day of National Unity. Canada has over 1.3 million people of Ukrainian heritage and millions more that are watching closely and care deeply about what is happening in Ukraine today. The Canadian government continues to work with its allies to support Ukraine in whatever way we can, which includes supplying defensive weapons. On this day of Ukrainian solidarity, let us all in our own way recognize the importance of Ukraine and support the very principle enshrined in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter, the respect of sovereignty and independence. To the people of Ukraine on this day of solidarity, know that you have a friend in Canada, unwavering in our support. For Ukraine, and along with our physical support, comes with it millions of prayers. I stand today to support the call for Ukrainians and friends of Ukraine worldwide to stand united as part of a global solidarity campaign. Long live Ukraine, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, every year on February 22nd, Girl Guides celebrate World Thinking Day. It's an opportunity to speak up on issues that affect girls and young women, commemorate the founding of Girl Guides, and celebrate with the over 10 million members of the guiding movement around the world. In my province of British Columbia, thousands of Girl Guides light up their communities year-round through leadership, community service, and efforts to create a better, more equitable world. Thinking Day is usually marked with large gatherings, campfire sing-alongs, community events, and special camps. But due to the ongoing pandemic, instead this year, Girl Guides will celebrate the sisterhood of guiding in a COVID-friendly way through guiding lights across Canada. Outdoor landmarks, bridges, buildings, and stadiums will be lighting up in guiding blue in support of girl empowerment. In Victoria, you can admire the lights at City Hall, Government House, the Legislative Assembly, and the steamship terminal. To all guiding members this World Thinking Day, shine your guiding light.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary career which will be ending on February 25th. After a career which spanned nearly 38 years, Sylvie Brosseau will move on to a well-deserved retirement. For 38 years, she filled different positions at NextDev, which is the Haut-Richelieu Region's economic development agency. She was Director General since 2019, and she piloted several critical files for the region's economy. She was unequaled in her competence, but she is also extremely kind and committed. I only have positive things to say about her. She was a positive leader and deeply understood the issues and the business milieu of the region, and she knew everyone. Sylvie was a woman who brought human warmth to our economy. Sylvie, you are leaving very big shoes to fill, and you can now finally take a well-deserved retirement with some time for yourself. Happy retirement.
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal, NDP, and Green MPs defeated a motion calling on the federal government to provide Canadians with a plan to lift restrictions. Supporting this motion would have allowed the Liberals to demonstrate they are committed to ending mandates and restrictions, but that did not happen. The Liberal government instead invoked the Emergency Act. This is the reformed War Measures Act that gives Ottawa and police sweeping and never-before-used powers. The Emergency Act suspends civil liberties. The Prime Minister thinks he looks strong, but he looks weak, being unable to lead Canada while respecting our rights and freedoms. Invoking the Emergencies Act is a dramatic misuse of federal powers. It is a deep stain on Canada's reputation as a defender of rights and civil liberties. Totalitarian regimes around the world are delighted. For if Canada does this, who could say they could not do the same when their capital cities are filled with people objecting to their policies?
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February is Black History Month. It is a time again to learn about the histories and culture of Black Canadians and how they have contributed to Canada. I would like to recognize the hard work and inspiring leadership of some key Black leaders in Ottawa. John Adeyefa, Hector Addison, Shahada Alolo, Chucks Imahibe, Thomas Nagwa, and Francis L. of the African Canadian diaspora. Franklin Nipape, Andre Azambo, Germaine Basita, Justin Matarenia, and Alain Lutala of the French-speaking African Canadian community. June Girwan and Godwin Ifedi of the Black History Month, Ottawa. Ingrid John Baptiste of the Caribbean Canadian diaspora, Abdullahi Rubol and Ali Jama of the Somaliland Canadian community. There are dozens more I could name, but my time is limited. To all of the simply phenomenal black leaders in our community and across the country, we say thanks.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's clear the Prime Minister has more of a political emergency on his hands than a national emergency. The borders at Coutts, Surrey, Windsor and Emerson have all been cleared. There are no more blockades at any borders. Trucks are still here downtown in Ottawa and they need to move. But in light of the rapidly changing landscape, can the Prime Minister tell us where is the serious threat of violence to Canadians for ideological purposes, which is the threshold that needs to be met for the Emergencies Act?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the invocation of the Emergencies Act is not something to be done lightly. It is not something to be done as a first resort or even a second resort. But it was necessary to be done to give local law enforcement across the country the tools to handle these illegal blockades, to be able to ensure restoration of order, and to make sure that Canadians, whether they're losing shifts or seeing supplies delayed on the way through the borders, be able to get back to their daily lives. This is a decision we took, and of course, Parliament is going to have an opportunity to debate it.
Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Limitations to Canadians' fundamental freedoms must be justified and must meet a legal criteria. Experts across the country have said these requirements have not been met. The Prime Minister hasn't given Canadians a clear reason why he's invoking the Emergencies Act. In fact, things are de-escalating as we speak. So why is the Prime Minister using this hammer on Canadians? Isn't it true he's doing it just to save his own political skin?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, Canadians have been suffering, whether it's because of border crossings, whether it's because of illegal blockades in their neighbourhoods. This is something that required extra tools that we have put in law enforcement's hands. Now, of course, law enforcement, the local law enforcement jurisdiction, can use these tools or not as they're available. But the threshold was met for the Emergencies Act, and now across the country, police of jurisdiction have the tools necessary to keep people safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister calls people he disagrees with racist, misogynist. He spent the last month wedging, dividing, stigmatizing and traumatizing Canadians. I understand the Prime Minister admires basic dictatorships, but let's remind the Prime Minister this is Canada. This is not a dictatorship. The Prime Minister is actually pouring gasoline on embers. Isn't it true the Prime Minister is doing this for one reason and one reason alone? It's to save his own political career.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservatives simply can't have it both ways. They spent weeks complaining that we weren't doing enough to restore order in this country, and now when we move forward to give people the tools they need.
I'm going to have to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I've been getting emails from people who are watching us at home, and they're pretty ashamed of their Parliament because of the shouting that goes on. One person brought something up. They said, well, all the shouting happens at the beginning. Why not start with the end questions? If this continues at the beginning, I'm going to the last question, turn my list upside down, and we'll start at the end. The Honourable Prime Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives can't have it both ways. They spent the first few weeks of this challenge and illegal blockades saying that the government needed to act and take responsibility. And then when we finally move forward in a responsible way, when the time was right to bring in the Emergencies Act, they're now complaining that we've done too much. At the same time and throughout, Mr. Speaker, they continue to stand with and support and cheer on these illegal blockades. Mr. Speaker, they're the ones playing politics.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
From the man who wore blackface more times than he can remember, took a terrorist with him to a trip on India, gave Omar Kadar $10 million. We're not going to stop talking to our constituents just because the Prime Minister disagrees with them. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he's following science when it comes to mandates, but that's not what Canada's top doctors are saying. It's time to end the mandates and the restrictions. The Prime Minister is ignoring the science. There is a mental health crisis in this country, and continued lockdowns and mandates keeping Canadians separated are making it worse. So will the Prime Minister commit to Canadians he'll follow the science?
Well, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the invocation of the Emergencies Act is something that is extremely serious and that we have taken extremely seriously. It followed specific steps that were taken that will continue in this House. It followed consultation with the premiers, and it gives the tools in a proportionate and responsible way to the officers of jurisdiction to be able to end these illegal blockades. This will be a moment that will be studied in the history books, and what the people will see was the Conservatives never stopped playing personal partisan politics.
Let's try the honourable member for Kitchener Centre. I believe he has a question today.
Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt the pandemic has had a devastating impact on our mental health, putting further strain on a system that already had long-standing gaps. In Waterloo, Wellington, 15 children and youth were waiting to be seen by child psychiatrists at CMHA before the pandemic. Now they have 190 on the waiting list. The fact is, mental health is health. As called for by the Canadian Alliance on Mental Health and Mental Illness and others, will the Prime Minister prioritize funding and legislation to ensure every Canadian has timely access to inclusive and accessible mental health?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't agree enough with the member for Kitchener Centre. Mental health is health. We must ensure it is a full and equal part of our universal healthcare system. It's why we're committing to establishing the Canada Mental Health Transfer to expand the delivery of high-quality, free mental health services. We want to encourage all Canadians who need support to check out wellnesstogether.ca for resources and download the PocketWell app, available 24/7, where you can access a range of resources, including free and confidential virtual sessions with social workers, psychologists, and other professionals.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. Alcohol and substance abuse, suicide, domestic violence, and child abuse have all increased over the last 2 years. These are not just statistics. These are real Canadians who are dealing with real heartache. And unnecessary mandates and restrictions are hurting us all. Science has saved lives, and the science is clear. We can start to open up, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister trust the numbers, trust the experts, and tell us when he'll end the mandates and the restrictions?
Honourable Prime Minister.
You know how difficult these past 2 years have been for Canadians with this pandemic, but we also have demonstrated that throughout it, Canadians have each other's backs, just like this government has had Canadians' backs with vaccines, with rapid tests, with supports for small businesses, workers, and families. And we will continue to have people's backs and follow the science. That's why we were pleased to announce loosening of the restrictions on borders as travel is more available to Canadians, and we will continue to follow the science every step of the way to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In hindsight, and having read documents about the Emergencies Act, we get the feeling more and more that this is a cover-up, an attempt to cover up the government and the Prime Minister's failings. The National Assembly is unanimously against, and the government of Quebec is unanimously against, and the Bloc Québécois is against, and Quebec Conservatives are against the Emergencies Act. Why doesn't the Prime Minister simply apply this law in the provinces that want it? The Honourable Prime Minister. For 2 weeks, the Bloc leader was calling on the government. He was urging us to take firm action to crack down on these illegal blockades. So we took
the step of invoking the Emergencies Act in a proportionate and responsible way, fully consistent with the Charter. And this will enable jurisdictions that don't need it to simply not use it. And now he's finding something else to criticize. That's his job as leader of an opposition party. But my job is to protect Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. His job is to serve Canadians, Mr. Speaker. He's not supposed to do a disservice to Quebecers in order to serve Canadians. The current Prime Minister of Canada should be more conscious than anyone else, more aware of the sensitivities in Quebec to resorting to the War Measures Act in its new form. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada has always been there for Canadians in need, including Quebecers, when there were challenges around long-term care. The Government of Canada sent in support through the Canadian Armed Forces. We have now provided assistance to police forces all across the country. They will be able to use the tools necessary or not use them in these difficult times. We are fully respectful of Quebecers and Canadians, but we will give law and order the resources they need to protect the rights and freedoms of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a national crisis because all levels of government have failed to acknowledge the seriousness of this crisis. On top of that, we see a glaring difference in the treatment of Indigenous and racialized protesters as opposed to the way that convoy is being treated. Canadians are deeply concerned about that. So what is the Prime Minister going to do to address the serious concerns that people have that there is a disproportionate treatment of racialized people and Indigenous people as compared to the convoy, and what will he do to fix that?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government for a number of years now, we've recognized systemic racism and pledged and worked towards reducing it. The reality that racialized Canadians, Indigenous Canadians face worse outcomes and treatments from our justice system, from police systems, is one of those things that we have pledged to counter. We work closely with Black and Indigenous communities to make sure that we are reducing the barriers and ensuring equitable treatment, particularly in moments of crisis like this one.
For Burnaby South.
We're in a national crisis, and it needs to be resolved. But it's also important to make sure that that the Emergencies Act is not applied in areas where it's unneeded. Will the Prime Minister promise not to apply the Emergencies Act where it's not needed? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Emergencies Act was invoked in a reasonable fashion, in a proportionate way, and in a way that it can be localized or targeted to where it's needed. It gives local police more tools if they need them. And if they don't need them, they don't have to use them, Mr. Speaker. That's how our solution is reasonable. It's a reasonable implementation of the War Measures, the Emergencies Act. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, the Prime Minister said the Ottawa Police had all the resources they needed to end the standoff. Then suddenly on Monday, he invokes the Emergency Measures Act. What happened between the 11th and 14th of February to justify these decisions? And on what legal basis is he now trying to deflect attention from his flagrant lack of leadership, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is not the first thing that we should resort to, or even the second thing. The idea is to ensure that the necessary resources are available to law enforcement so they can do their job. We've been there from the very beginning, providing more resources to the Ottawa Police and other police forces all around the country, And on Monday, we decided to invoke the Emergencies Act in order to give them even more tools. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, Premier Legault has the situation under control in Quebec, and other provinces don't want the emergency measures to apply in their jurisdictions either. This looks like a partisan game. Can the Prime Minister explain why the whole country should have to suffer the consequences of the local situation in Ottawa? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the illegal blockades have consequences all across the country. We've seen blockages at the borders all across the country, and this is an emergency that required the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So we've given local police tools that they may use, but they don't have to use them if they don't need them. That's how the Emergencies Act works, and it's fully compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms wherever it applies.
The Emergency Measures Act is a declaration of a state of national urgency. It is a blunt force tool that should only be used under the most serious circumstances when legal powers have been exhausted. The Canadians do not believe that this Prime Minister has exhausted all efforts. The Emergency Measures Act gives extraordinary powers to the government. The Prime Minister would have received judicial advice from judicial officers. When will this Prime Minister make that advice available to the public?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservative Party is trying to have it both ways. They spent the first few weeks both complaining that the federal government wasn't acting while encouraging the illegal barricades, and now that the federal government has put in the hands of local police officers justified, proportional, measured tools that will absolutely conform with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, they are now complaining that we have acted. We will continue to do what is necessary to keep Canadians and their communities and our economy safe.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Canadians are tired of talking points. They want real answers. The Prime Minister's own words created fear. What are we going to do with these people? These people are taking up space, he said. These are the words of a failed leader who robbed Canadians of hope and of unity, and that is why they took to the streets. When will this Prime Minister stop doubling down on his failed leadership and admit that it is his divisive words and mandates that led to so much turmoil in this country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Unlike what the member opposite believes, the vaccine mandates we came forward with in this country saved lives. The vaccine mandates for travelers, for federal public servants, contributed to one of the highest vaccination rates in the world by Canadians. That has kept people safer. It has allowed our economy to come roaring back and has allowed us to get through this challenging pandemic better than most. Unfortunately, Conservatives are now supporting illegal blockades that are harming our economy. That's not what...
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Earlier in question period, the Prime Minister said that the Emergencies Act should not be the, quote, first or second thing that should be used to resolve a crisis situation. What were the first and second things that the Prime Minister did? And how does the failure of those actions provide legal justification for the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we began to see illegal blockades in place, we made sure that the RCMP was there to offer resources to local police of jurisdiction, to work with the OPP to ensure that the support and planning was there for the police of local jurisdiction to take action. As time went on and these illegal blockades became more and more dug in, we saw that there was a need for more and more tools until it got to the point where Canadians' livelihoods, Canadians' well-being, the residents of Ottawa being severely impacted, threats of violence at border crossings across the country.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The problem with that argument is that the illegal blockades at the Ambassador Bridge and the Coots crossings occurred prior to the Emergencies Act being involved, without federal help. And the Emergency Act was not needed to settle the rail blockades of 2020, the Oka crisis, the crisis at Caledonia, September 11th, the COVID-19 pandemic, or any other dispute in Canadian history. The Prime Minister has not provided any legal justification for the use of the Emergencies Act, a historic unfettered power grab. He needs to calmly tell Canadians why he has failed and what is different today.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the invocation of the Emergencies Act is not something to be done lightly. On that, we absolutely agree. That is why not only did we lay out the rationale and explain to Canadians why we're doing it and how we're doing it, not only why we made sure that the new powers are circumspect, are proportional, are to be used only where they are needed, but we also are about to have days of debate in the House on exactly these questions so that parliamentarians and indeed all Canadians are able to see that this was necessary.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the Prime Minister to read his own order in Council before reading his answers in the House. It doesn't say that the provinces can opt in or opt out. It says that the federal government can choose to intervene or not. Secondly, I would ask the NDP to think seriously, given the history of a party that courageously opposed the application of the War Measures Act back in the 70s. This is shameful compare. It's shameful to compare the army being sent in to help with the pandemic to this situation. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has been difficult for everyone in Canada. Too many loved ones were lost. We saw things that we used to take for granted being limited. We had unprecedented challenges with mental health in our communities. But every step of the way, Canadians were there for one another. They had each other's backs, whether it was frontline workers in Quebec or emergency responders in BC. People stood up for their neighbours. We saw the best in Canadians. It brought the best out in them. But now that we're seeing illegal blockades all across the country, we have to support Canadians. The honourable member. I'm not convinced, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister realizes what this situation's been like for real people. Does he realize that health is a matter of Quebec and provincial jurisdiction? Does he realize that he shouldn't interfere? Does he realize that he has fallen flat on his face? Does he realize that resources that were used to deal with a health problem are now being marshaled for a security problem in a most inappropriate way? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We have transferred billions of dollars to the provinces and Quebec to help them out, to help them get through, all Canadians get through the pandemic. Billions of dollars. We spent 80% of the funding to deal with the pandemic. 80% of it came from the federal government and tens of billions of dollars. I understand that the Bloc is absolutely terrified that we've been so present to help, but we will be there as long as necessary to help out.
Optimistic, hopeful vision for public life isn't a naive dream. It could be a powerful force for change. If Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. Those are the words of the Prime Minister in 2015. These people, very often misogynistic, racist, women haters, science deniers, the fringe. Same Prime Minister 6 years later as he fans the flames of an unjustified national emergency. So, Mr. Speaker, when did the Prime Minister lose his way? When did it happen?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative Party members can stand with people who wave swastikas. They can stand with people who wave the Confederate flag. We will choose to stand with Canadians who deserve to be able to get to their jobs, who be able to get their lives back. These illegal protests need to stop, and they will, Mr. Speaker.
just want to remind the honourable members, including the Right Honourable Prime Minister, to use words that are not inflammatory in the House, and that's for both sides. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Unbecoming as a Prime Minister. It's been 48 hours that the government went from doing nothing to a national emergency. 48 hours into using the measures. 48 hours without providing Parliament with a justification. So my question is simple. When will the Prime Minister admit that he's lost control of the situation, that he's lost control of his country, that he's lost control of his caucus, and that he's lost control of his leadership?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the question of caucus and support for these blockades, the Conservative politicians need to make a choice. Are they for the blockades, or are they for communities, our economy, and regular Canadians? The member from Provencher pointed out about the emergency blockade, the illegal blockades. He has never seen such a patriotic display in Canada. There's nothing patriotic about hurting fellow Canadians. The member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie claims that the economy is not being held hostage. All the while, hundreds of millions of dollars were being lost in trade due to blockades. And the member from Sarnia-Lambton doesn't believe her constituents need guaranteed access now to the Blue Water Bridge. Mr. Speaker, we stand with Canadians.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, in 2020, when anti-energy protesters were blocking vital transportation, ships were backed up in ports and trains were stopped. The Prime Minister didn't stop them. In fact, he actually sent a government delegation to meet with them. But now that the protests are about something that he disagrees with, he uses inflammatory language, hurls personal attacks, and makes a massive power grab. We know the PM finds democracy inconvenient and that he admires China's dictatorship. So will the Prime Minister admit that this is all just a move to crack down on dissent?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would advise the honourable member to be careful in that line of questioning before people actually look into what he and his fellow Conservative Party members said.
Dictator. I want to remind the honourable members that shouting names at each other is not the way this place works. No. Before you start clapping, start looking at your own benches. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, people across this country have noticed the difference between the words and the rhetoric of the Conservative Party of Canada in regards to Indigenous protests, in regards to Black Lives Matter protests, in regards to marginalized people asking for their rights, versus what we're seeing here of illegal blockades that are hurting regular Canadians, and even talked about the potential overthrow of a duly elected government. That is not what is responsible for the Conservative.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives denounced the blockades of vital transportation routes in 2020, and we have denounced the same blockades this time, Mr. Speaker. The only thing that has changed is the Prime Minister's reaction. When he agreed with the anti-energy protesters, he let them continue for weeks and even offered a settlement. This time, he grants himself unprecedented powers to attack those he disagrees with. Canadians do not want to live in a country where the Prime Minister gets to personally decide which protests are legitimate. So once again, isn't this all just about cracking down on dissent?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always stood up for the right to peaceful protests. We have always stood up for the right to freedom of assembly or freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, these illegal blockades are hurting Canadians, are hurting their livelihoods, and are hurting the well-being and endangering the well-being of people in communities across this country. But the former leader of the Conservative Party points out that they have stood against the blockades. Unfortunately, many members of his party have stood with these illegal blockades and even encouraged them to continue blockading their fellow citizens.
Honourable member for Burnaby South.
We're in the midst of a national crisis, and this national crisis has exposed some real frustrations that Canadians feel. Canadians that have gotten vaccinated, that have followed the public health guidelines, are looking at a rigged system where billionaires and millionaires make out like bandits, increase their wealth, where working families and working class families are struggling to get by. So what is the Prime Minister going to do to respond to the frustrations of Canadians who can't put a roof over their head, who are having struggles to put food on the table? What is he doing to respond to that real, legitimate frustration?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way through this crisis, from the beginning of the pandemic, we've had Canadians' backs with unprecedented supports for our health system, so people could get tests and vaccines and health supports, so people could get wage subsidies and rent subsidies to keep small businesses going and to keep people in their jobs. A direct support for seniors, for youth, for working families, for mothers. These are things that we've moved forward on to have Canadians' backs, and we will continue to be investing in housing, in immigration measures, in the measures that are going to be supporting Canadians into the
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Cette crise nationale a exposé des inquiétudes, des injustices dans notre.
This national crisis has exposed people's frustration. People who are vaccinated are following public health measures and they're frustrating. Billionaires are making record profits while everyday people have trouble making ends meet. Is the Prime Minister ready to respond to people's frustration with measures that actually meet their needs to solve the problems with the increasing costs of living and finding affordable housing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in my last answer, I spoke a little bit of what we've done since the beginning of the pandemic. But also, we need to do more to move forward. I would emphasize, however, that there are families throughout the country, like in Alberta, like in Manitoba, and elsewhere, families who are saving hundreds of dollars a month due to more affordable daycare spaces. We've had a direct impact on people's families through affordable daycare, and we hope that Ontario will sign on and be part of that solution as well.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act was introduced in the Senate last week for their study and comment. As a member of the House of Commons Standing Committee for the Environment and Sustainable Development, I look forward to reviewing this legislation when it comes to this place. Could the Prime Minister comment on the importance of this legislation in helping us to address the climate crisis, as well as recovering clean lakes, rivers, and streams, and providing ongoing protection for our environment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Guelph for his important question and his tireless advocacy on behalf of the environment. This bill is a big step towards strengthening the protection of Canadians' health and the health of our lakes, rivers, lands, and forests from harmful chemicals and other toxic pollutants. This legislation can help us all become better stewards of our environment, making Canada a better place for us and for the generations that follow. I encourage all parliamentarians to work together to pass this bill as soon as possible.
Well, member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of Canadians want to see COVID restrictions and mandates lifted. We have amongst the highest vaccination rate in the world, but Canadians are still living under restrictions that many other less vaccinated countries have lifted. Canadians want a plan for ending restrictions, and they are incredibly disappointed that the NDP and the Liberals blocked our Conservative motion asking for one. So, Mr. Speaker, if 32% of the vote is good enough for the Liberals to form government, why isn't 90% good enough to lift mandates?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, Canadians have been there for each other, and all of us together, we've followed the science. We've made sure that people get vaccinated. We've made sure that people have access to rapid tests. And every step of the way, we will be ensuring that we're doing exactly what's necessary, both to keep people safe from COVID, but also to get back to the things we love as quickly as possible. I was pleased to see this week the lifting of a number of restrictions around international travel. We're going to continue to monitor carefully and ensure that we follow the science as we keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only thing this Prime Minister has made sure of is that he has politicized this pandemic and divided Canadians at a time when we should be working together, when we should be supporting one another. His lack of leadership has divided, stigmatized, and traumatized Canadians. Provincial premiers are leading the way, giving hope, confidence, and rebuilding trust in leadership. When will this Prime Minister follow their lead?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the 90% vaccination rate in Canada shows that Canadians have actually never been more united. The stories we saw throughout this pandemic of people being there for their neighbours, people there to support frontline workers, people there to support their communities, demonstrates the ability to which Canadians have stepped up to be there for each other. Yes, there have been people who've been harassing and intimidating frontline workers. Yes, there are people involved in illegal blockades, but the vast majority of Canadians continue to stand alongside each other and support each other, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Two-thirds of Canadians are united because they want an end to mandates and lockdowns. But this Prime Minister said they're, quote, racist, misogynist, a fringe, who, quote, take up space, and he said shouldn't be tolerated. Security experts say the Emergencies Act is a, quote, absolutely unprecedented excessive overreach, and half the provinces oppose it. But this PM's pattern is failure and top-down division. He's gone from name-calling to nukes. Isn't this really about the Prime Minister taking a sledgehammer to Canadians that he thinks are unacceptable?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the member opposite misspoke. I think it's actually 100% of Canadians who are tired of this COVID pandemic, who are tired of having to be restricted, of having to be impacted by this pandemic around the country and around the globe. We all want to get through it. However, the way to get through it is by following science, by keeping each other safe, by being there for each other. The way through this pandemic isn't to engage in illegal blockades that are harming their fellow Canadians.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Monsieur le Président, hier, le gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the government of Quebec announced the end of the vaccine passport and presented a detailed plan for reopening with clear objectives. How is it that the federal government can't do the same thing? Even the member for Louis Hébert criticized his own party and recommended raising restrictions. The Prime Minister is using the pandemic for partisan and electoral purposes to save his job. When is he going to withdraw all of the country's public health measures? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member full well knows that the public health measures are applied for the most part by the provinces. At the border, the federal government is responsible for them, and I'm pleased to be able to highlight that for a few days now, we've announced a change in our posture at the border, and we're going to make it easier for vaccinated Canadians to travel abroad. That's a good thing for Canadians. We'll continue to follow the science, to raise restrictions, because that's what Canadians want, and it's what we all need.
Député de Belleuil-Chambly.
Le Premier ministre référait aux investissements.
The Prime Minister was referring to investments made by the federal government during the pandemic, and I will remind him that these are investments that were funded through credit. It's Canadians and Quebecers' money, and that's a debt that he's leaving behind for Canadians and Quebecers. And without trying to impose conditions before giving health transfers, he should have given more money regardless. He shamelessly reminds everyone of the darkest events in the country's history. Is he aware that we don't need him to go to the bank and we don't need the Emergencies Act to deal with the crisis in Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians from one end of this country to the other have gone through 2 extremely difficult years with tragic losses, with personal and collective sacrifices. And every step of the way, the federal government was there for people. Free vaccination. investments to help small businesses and big businesses and workers and families and seniors. Every step of the way, the federal government has been there, including for Quebecers. And that's what's disappointing the Bloc Québécois, the honourable member for Belleuil-Champly. The Prime Minister seems to be enunciating the cause of his own failures. What is the justification for invoking the Emergencies Act? There should be a certain amount of consensus within the House before invoking such an act. The opposition is against, the Bloc Québécois is against it. I invite the NDP to think carefully about this subject. Does he recognize that there were other means to act and that it was illegitimate to impose this legislation onto Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's important for everyone to know that the Emergencies Act is structured in a very clear way. We are following it to the letter. We are carefully implementing it. From the beginning, we recognized that we had to target those measures, that citizens should always enjoy the protection of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that the Act would only be used when it was needed by local authorities.
Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I've never seen such shameful and dishonorable remarks coming from this Prime Minister. My great-grandfather flew over 30 missions over Nazi Germany. My great-great-uncle's body lies at the bottom of the English Channel. There are members of this Conservative caucus who are the descendants of victims of the Holocaust. For the Prime Minister to accuse any colleague in this House of standing with the swastika is shameful. I'm giving the Prime Minister an opportunity. I'm calling on him to unreservedly apologize for this shameful remark.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve their freedoms back. Mr. Speaker, these illegal blockades that have continued to interfere with people's livelihoods, to interfere with people's daily lives,
have to interrupt the Honourable Prime Minister, so ask everyone to calm down so we can hear the answer. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the measures put forward in this Emergencies Act are proportional, are responsible, and quite frankly, are completely folded within the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The steps that we are taking are important and measured to restore order and freedoms to Canadians in this country. That is exactly what we are doing.
Well, member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of an apology from that Prime Minister speaks volumes. I have given this Prime Minister an opportunity to retract a shameful remark where he would accuse any honourable member of this House to stand with a swastika. As I said before, we have colleagues who are the descendants of victims of the Holocaust. I'm giving the Prime Minister one more chance. Will he apologize to all members of this House?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the members of the Conservative Party are calling to us to take more action over the past 2 weeks on this. They continued to stand with and encourage these illegal blockades. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are watching carefully and see exactly where the Conservative politicians who've stood with those blockades are standing. We will stand on the side of Canadians who deserve their lives back, who deserve their livelihoods back.
Member for Sturgeon River, Parkland.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. I didn't write these out. But the fact is, I don't know how any member of the government caucus can stand by this Prime Minister when he accuses honourable members of this House of standing with a swastika. I'm calling on all members of the Liberal caucus to denounce the Prime Minister. I have given him 2 chances to apologize. He has refused to apologize. Mr. Prime Minister, apologize.
Once again, I want to remind the honourable members, I know this is getting emotional, but place your questions through the Speaker, not directly to each other. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These illegal blockades have been going on in Ottawa for 20 days now. People have been interrupted in their daily lives, have been made to feel fearful, have been made to miss shifts at their work across southern Ontario. These are things that cannot be stood for, which is why we're moving forward with a responsible set of measures to allow the local police jurisdiction to do their jobs. We continue to defend freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, as long as it's peaceful and legal, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Mr. Speaker, the tourism sectors and travel sectors have been hard hit by the pandemic. Businesses and organizations in those sectors are very excited and looking forward to getting more people, more vaccinated people to travel. Can the Prime Minister tell us more about lightening public health measures at airports? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for all the work that he's done in his riding of Lac-Saint-Louis. Measures for travelers are evolving as the pandemic changes. Based on public health recommendations as of February 28th, we're going to raise restrictions for flights to international destinations that will help to support local tourism and create good jobs and growth for our economy.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui,
Mr. Speaker, today, the Prime Minister clearly demonstrated that he's only interested in one thing, getting out of the crisis he himself created. His lack of leadership is the only thing to blame for this crisis. He talked about the history books earlier. Well, he's going to be thinking about history because he will be described as the Prime Minister that showed the least amount of leadership. He's hardly answered any of the opposition's questions about real reasons for revoking the Emergency Measures Act. What we see is that the Prime Minister himself is in a crisis in polls, in his party, in his own caucus. Why is he putting his own interests ahead of the nation's? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of these illegal blockades, we have been there to support police forces in order to solve the illegal blockades. As we saw that we needed to provide additional tools, which we did responsibly and carefully Monday night. We're offering help where it's necessary. That's what Canadians expect. While the Conservatives continue to encourage these illegal blockades, we are acting to help local police to end them. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can insult all Canadians. That's not leadership. Canada has never been more divided than it is today. This is what happens when a Prime Minister chooses to play the great politician instead of acting like a leader. He doesn't hear the discontent in our ridings, in his party, in his caucus. He doesn't hear the discontent in the entire country. That's the reality. Can he tell us why this Prime Minister is always slow to do the right thing, but always ready to snap to it and do anything when his reputation's on the line? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand. And we have heard just how tired people are of this pandemic. They're tired of the measures that they need to take to protect each other. We want to get through it. But I will remind the member for the Conservative Party that the way to end the pandemic is not through illegal protests. It's by following the science, by acting responsibly, and progressively changing public health measures, and by getting vaccinated. That's what Canadians have done. The unity of the country when it comes to vaccination shows how we will always be there for each other. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Well, when this Prime Minister had an opportunity to act as a head of state before COVID, he chose to play politics. He called an election in the middle of a pandemic, which allowed him to divide Canadians and stigmatize those who didn't think like him. He imposed vaccines on truckers without any scientific support. He demonized and ridiculed some of his own citizens instead of listening to what they had to say. He hid instead of facing the music and accused others of not doing their job. That's enough. When will the Prime Minister apologize to Canadians for politicizing the public health crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, during the last election, which the Conservative Party did not win, Canadians were consulted on the issue of vaccine mandates and public health mandates. Canadians voted mostly for members of Parliament who supported mandatory vaccination. Public sector workers, especially for travel in airplanes and on the train. It's Canadians who chose. And we've seen with a rate of vaccination of about 90% that Canadians are united and they will continue to be there for each other.
Liberal Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, immigrants from coast to coast to coast have significantly contributed to the prosperity of this country and of my riding of Scarborough-Agincourt. Last year, we exceeded our goal of welcoming over 401,000 immigrants that will make Canada their home. This was a historical record that will help shape Canada's growth. Can the Prime Minister update this House on our government's plan to welcome more newcomers in the coming years?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, immigration is and has always been essential to Canada's success. This pandemic has highlighted the contributions of newcomers to the well-being of our communities and across all sectors of the economy. It's why we tabled our most ambitious immigration levels plan yet. This plan will welcome more newcomers in the coming year and will continue to help key sectors of our economy. It'll help staff almost 1 million unfilled positions across all sectors. Will also help filling in for the 5 million Canadians set to retire by 2030.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians are raising serious concerns that the Emergencies Act should not apply to legal protests. We know that there have been many counter-protesters who are standing up to the convoy, and we've seen some of those counter-protesters arrested by police instead of the actual convoy. So Canadians raise a question: what assurances will the Prime Minister provide so that legal protests are not impacted by the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, excellent question, and one we are also very much preoccupied with, which is why in the measures set forward, we've been very clear to indicate that illegal protests, illegal barricades, illegal blockages are the ones that we are giving extra tools for the police to respond to. Of course, we will always stand up for Canadians' charter rights. We will always stand up for freedom of peaceful assembly, of freedom of expression. That is extremely important. But we also know that it is the police of jurisdiction who need to do their jobs and not Canadians taking things into their own hands to end these illegal protests. That's what we're ensuring with this measure.
That's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Before we get to, I notice there's a few points of order. Before we do, I just want to remind the honourable members that when the Peace Tower was inaugurated in 1927 as a memorial to Canada's First World War sacrifice, Prime Minister Mackenzie King called the Carillon the voice of the nation. Since 2008, Dr. Andrea McCready has been the soul behind that voice as Canada's Dominion Carillonneur. Au moment
in the most joyful and the most painful moments of our country, Dr. McCready gave voice to our feelings. Thanks to her artistic talent, her compassion, and her love of life, she told our history, but also our stories from everywhere in the country.
The rehabilitation work on the parliamentary building has now reached the Peace Tower. And on February 18th, this Friday, the carillon will fall silent for several years. The Dominion Carillonneur will continue to work with young students of the instrument, but will sadly have to do without her recitals for a while. I will miss Dr. McCready's performance more than I can say, and I know that all members join me in thanking her for her irreplaceable gift of making the bells of Parliament speak for the people of Canada. Thank you. Now we have a point of order. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I am a strong Jewish woman and a member of this House and a descendant of Holocaust survivors, and I have never it's never been singled out, and I have never been made to feel less, except for today when the Prime Minister accused me of standing with swastikas. I think he owes me an apology. I'd like an apology, and I think he owes an apology to all members of this House.
I want to encourage all members to be as judicious as possible when using words in this chamber and to reflect on what they say on all cases. L'honorable député de l'Amitis-Matane-Matapédia.
The honourable member for L'Amitis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations between the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House, following on the unanimous motion in the National Assembly in Quebec, is concerned about the border blockades in Ontario, but states that none of this justifies the use of the Emergencies Act and special legislative measures, and act the federal government not to use the Emergencies Act on Quebec territory, and that this House underscore the need for close collaboration between the federal government and the government of Quebec in order to maintain safety for citizens of the Outaouais region who are experiencing repercussions of the situation in Ottawa. All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
No, nous avons pas.
We do not have unanimous consent.
Point of order, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that the House, A, stand firm in supporting sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity in the face of growing Russian aggression in and around Ukraine. B, strongly condemns the Russian Duma's vote recognizing the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which would be a clear violation of the Minsk agreements and a threat to the security and stability of the region. And C, call on the international community to stand together in opposition to any further Russian aggression and support Ukraine and its people in the face of these growing threats.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Rising on a point of order, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to carry on with the point that was made by my colleague from Thornhill. You'll know, Mr. Speaker, that when comments made in the House are so injurious, so insulting, and so unparliamentary, they rise to the level of a question of privilege, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, you have the ability to rule on that immediately. What the Prime Minister did, I won't even go into the hypocrisy of the man who did blackface so often he can't remember it, accusing somebody else of doing anything remotely racist. But his comments made to a Jewish member of this House are beyond unparliamentary. They are reprehensible, and I would ask that you rule that this rises to the level of a question of privilege, and I am prepared to move the appropriate motion, Mr. Speaker.
I will take that under advisement and return to the House should I see fit. We have someone else who has a point of order as well. The same point. Okay, we'll carry on. The Honourable Minister for... I'm sorry, I was going to say family. Families, yes.
Speaker, emotions are obviously running very high right now, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to take a step back and reflect on what the values of this House are. I am also a proud Jewish woman who is the descendant of Holocaust survivors, and my family found refuge and support and a life in this country. And Mr. Speaker, we must listen to each other, and we must assure that no one in this House is standing with those who support white supremacy, who support Nazi views, who look to contribute and enable racist views. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all of us in this House use our words judiciously, including the member opposite who just yelled out something completely inappropriate, because all of us have reason to be here, and I would call on the members opposite not to stand with those who are sharing those views, because how does it feel as a person in this House seeing colleagues taking pictures with people who are looking to overthrow the government? That's what I ask those colleagues to do.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am rising on the same point of order. I understand that we are all fairly agitated at this moment. Can you imagine how what happened in this House today is impacting Canadians who are very aware of—
If I can interrupt, I'm afraid the translation isn't happening. The interpreting isn't happening. And please make sure that the headset is functioning.
Scott. We got one.
It's not.
Just one moment.
Where's the, what's Scott Reed?
Just a moment. Sorry, can you hear me, Speaker?
We'll wait till the honourable member gets her microphone working. In the meantime, we'll go with the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we should engage in an exercise in comparative victimhood credentials here. I will observe that I, too, have Jewish ancestors. My grandmother was born in Bialystok. She came here, fortunately, before the Holocaust occurred. But of the 10,000 Jewish residents of Bialystok when she left, only 500 survived World War II. I would just say that it's not for the member opposite, although I know she spoke sincerely to speak out on this. It is for the Prime Minister to come back and retract his words. The Prime Minister is very good at apologizing for acts that took place before he was born by people he wasn't involved in. It's time for him to take responsibility for his own words and apologize for what he said.
Before we go to the honourable member for Yorkton Melville, this is evolving into a debate. I mean, if the honourable members would like to call this back as an emergency debate or something along that line, or bring it up as a motion, I think that's where it would be more appropriate. But for now, we'll go to the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would just like to voice as well my perspective on this. I think it's really important that the Prime Minister do the right thing and apologize for the statement that he made today, especially in reference within this House, but also to the fact of how this statement has been abused and used against Canadians when he has not recognized in any way the thousands, the millions of Canadian flags that have flown over the past 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you.
It being 3:25 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 15, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-12. Convoquez les députés.
Calling the members.
La question est la
The question is the following one.
Ms. Kara, seconded by Mr. Miller, move that Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, Guaranteed Income Supplement, be now read a second time and referred to the Committee of the Whole. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nackby.
Mr. Nackby.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Shahal.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Funners.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kmiec.
Mr. Kmiec.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Yes.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delte.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchens.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf-Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf-Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vaughn.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de vote électronique.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they must now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Bibeau.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bibeau, pour.
Madame Metlej-Diab.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Madame, c'est quoi son nom? Madame Fier, pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote pour.
Madame Shanahan, pour.
Okay. Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Davies, pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, pour.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 335, 335. Nays contre 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 15, 2022, Bill C-12, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, Guaranteed Income Supplement, is deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Okay, very good. Point of order. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order to seek your ruling concerning a key procedural aspect of the very important and historic debate this House will be having this week. On Monday, the Prime Minister announced that Canada was under the public order emergency, invoking the Emergencies Act for the first time in that law's existence. That will require a debate in this House to confirm the government's declaration of emergency, a debate we expect to start later this week. I wanted to raise on this point of order at the earliest opportunity to allow you as much time as possible to prepare a ruling. Subsection 58(6) of the Act requires that the motion, quote, shall be debated without interruption until such time as the House is ready for the question, end quote. That is a legal requirement, Mr. Speaker. Yet here and yet there is some difference of opinion within this building about how to give it effect. Now, I understand that there's a head of steam building up behind the view that the words without interruption unbelievably allows for interruptions for member statements, question period, and nightly adjournment. However, when my predecessor, now the leader of the official opposition, sought the advice of the table concerning a potential debate under a different statute, a debate which didn't happen, but which, if it did, would also have been without interruption, the advice she received from the clerks at the table was that it would override SO 31's QP and see us sit into the night until completed. You can appreciate, sir, that this is something which needs clarity and quickly. The Canadian Oxford Dictionary, 2nd edition, defines the verb interrupt as, quote, act so as to break the continuous progress of something temporarily, end quote. That's in line with the advice the table gave my predecessor 3 years ago. To my mind, this means that nothing could or should get in the way of the debate once it's been launched. Regrettably, not member statements, certainly not the evening adjournment, and definitely not the upcoming constituency week. That, I would submit, aligns with both the letter and the spirit of the Emergencies Act. The government has said this country, the whole of it, is in a state of emergency. That is a big deal. A situation so serious, so grave, requires a dedicated and determined focus by this chamber on it, and I think our constituents would expect no less. We must vote on the Prime Minister's emergency. Very few of the debates in this House has held, Mr. Speaker, have been governed by rules written into statute rather than our standing orders. Those debates are enumerated at pages 709 and 710 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition. Of these, only 4 have been held under a law which required the debate to be held without interruption, according to my office's research. The first was held in November 1974 under an act to amend the Veterans Land Act. Bosque and Gagnon, at page 714, describes the second and third of these cases. Quote, many statutes that prescribe provisions for statutory debates also stipulate that the debate may not be interrupted. Nevertheless, in 1977, debate on the motion pursuant to the Anti-Inflation Act, which took place over 4 days, was interrupted on 3 occasions for the adjournment proceedings, after which the motion to adjourn was deemed withdrawn and debate continued pursuant to an order of the House adopted on May 30th, 1977. In 1985, the debate held pursuant to the Western Grain Transportation Act was interrupted for a ministerial statement by the Minister of Finance pursuant to an order made by the House, end quote. The most recent of these without interruption debates was held in December 1992 under the provisions of the Special Economic Measures Act. There are also key distinctions, Mr. Speaker, between the relevant legal provisions and the context of those 4 debates and our current circumstances. While subsection 1(3) of an act to amend the Veterans Land Act, which governed the 1974 debate, required the debate to occur without interruption, it was also to be held, quote, in accordance with the rules of the House, end quote, and was to be concluded, quote, not later than the end of the first sitting day next after the day the motion is first so taken up and considered, end quote. So, the 1974 debate was meant to be subject to all of the standing orders of the House, along with the concept of being divided between sitting days, as well as providing a cutoff for the debate. None of those 3 concepts are found in subsection 58(6) of the Emergencies Act. Those concepts did, however, appear in subsections 46(6) and 7 of the Anti-Inflation Act, as amended by subsection 11(2) of an act to amend the Anti-Inflation Act, which required the 1977 debate to happen without interruption, but also that the debate was limited to 4 sitting days and would occur, quote, in accordance with the rules of the House, end quote. Again, these additional concepts are missing from subsection 58(6) of the Emergencies Act. As for the 1985 debate held pursuant to subsection 62(6) of the Western Grain Transportation Act, the law actually specified that the debate would occur, quote, for a period not exceeding the duration of the normal business hours of the House on that day, end quote. That is rather cut and dried, Mr. Speaker, and it's also different from subsection 58(6) of the Emergencies Act. Finally, the 1992 debate, pursuant to subsection 7(4) of the Special Economic Measures Act, was also held without interruption, but importantly, quote, for not more than 3 hours, end quote. As I've established, there's no time limit in subsection 58(6) of the Emergencies Act. Essentially, Mr. Speaker, we are left with a situation where we need to square 2 different sets of rules which have been adopted by the House, one being the standing orders and the other being the Emergencies Act. Page 267 of Bosque and Gagnon notes that, quote, in the case of statutory provisions, the House of Commons endeavors to ensure that its standing orders and practices are consistent with statutes while retaining the exclusive jurisdiction to determine whether the provisions of a statute apply to its proceedings, end quote. I would respectfully argue that the distinctions between the Emergencies Act on the one hand and the laws under which all of the other without interruption debates were held render those debates inappropriate precedents to follow to the letter. A critical maxim applied judicially in statutory interpretation cases would be instructive here. It is that Parliament does not speak in vain. That touchstone is elaborated upon in various entries in Sullivan on the construction of statutes, the leading Canadian authority on the interpretation of laws. And I'll simply offer 2 short quotes from the 6th edition. First is paragraph 814, which says, Quote, although ordinary speakers or writers require much cooperative guesswork from their audience, a legislature is an idealized speaker. Unlike the rest of us, legislatures are presumed to always say what they mean and mean what they say. They do not make mistakes, end quote. Then there's paragraph 8.32, which I believe speaks to Parliament's use of caveats and the requirements of some debates to be held without interruption. Well, there are no such qualifications on the requirements in the Emergencies Act. Quote, it is presumed that the legislature uses language carefully and consistently so that within a statute or other legislative instrument, the same words have the same meaning and different words have different meanings. Another way of understanding this presumption is to say that the legislature is presumed to avoid stylistic variation. And once a particular way of expressing a meaning has been adopted, it is used each time that meeting is attended. Given that practice, it follows that where a different form of expression is used, a different meaning is intended, end quote. Page 122 of Boston Gagnon instructs us that, quote, the right to regulate its own internal affairs does not mean that the House is above the law. However, where the application of a statute law relates to a proceeding in Parliament, it is the House itself which decides how that law is applied, end quote. In this case, Mr. Speaker, I believe the path forward is that we must apply the rules set out in the Emergencies Act to this week's debates. The standing orders obviously can supplement all of those areas where the Act is silent, the maximum length of speeches or how long the bells for a vote would ring, to name just two examples. But ultimately, the statutory rules which apply to this specific debate must, I would respectfully submit, trump the general provisions of the standing orders where there is any conflict. Nonetheless, the House's authority to interpret the law leaves it open to the House to adopt a special order through unanimous consent to structure the terms of the debate in a way which suits the House best. That was certainly the case, for example, in 1977 and 1985, where the House had adopted special orders, as I cited from page 714 of Boston Gagnon, and I also understand that the 1992 debate was guided by a special order. That would be the correct approach to the House exercising its privileges to determine how to regulate our procedure and how to interpret the law for the House collectively to reach that decision. And let me stress that again. It is for the House. It would not, though, be for any single member to substitute, and certainly not for the government House leader to dictate new interpretations of a simple phrase like without interruption. The Prime Minister himself today said that the government will follow the letter of the law. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree with him. Let's follow the letter and the spirit of the law and ensure that the House takes up this declaration of emergency debate with the urgency a supposed national emergency should naturally require. And the last thing we need to do is leave here at 2:30 on a Friday for a 10-day vacation, as much as I'm sure the Prime Minister would like that. Let us debate the emergency. Let us air the concerns of our constituents and their views, and then have the vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for that point of order, and I'll be coming back to the House as quickly as possible with that ruling. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents, the Honourable Minister for Commerce or International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, and in accordance with the enhanced transparency requirements set out in the amended policy on tabling of treaties in Parliament, I am pleased to present to the House of Commons the Government of Canada's objectives for negotiations for a Canada-United Kingdom free trade agreement. The Government of Canada intends to commence negotiations with the United Kingdom as soon as practicable, but in accordance with the policy, the commencement of negotiations will take place no earlier than 30 days from today.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports of interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary...
There were some petitions.
There was a petition. Sorry, I skipped over petitions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition. 30 years ago, on February 26, 1992, 613 Azerbaijanis, including 103 women and 63 children, were massacred by the Armenian army in a 2-hour offensive attack on the civilian town of Hojale. This was one of the worst massacres, indeed it was the worst massacre in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, which has resulted in the ethnic cleansing of 800,000 Azerbaijanis and the ongoing illegal occupation of Azerbaijani territory by Armenian forces. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to officially condemn the Hojali massacre, declare February 26 as a National Day of Remembrance of the victims of the Hojali massacre, and work with the government of Azerbaijan and Armenia to bring about the normalization of relations, demarcation, and delimitation of the borders between the two countries with the aim of supporting sustainable peace in the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table e-petition 3608, signed by nearly 2,000 of our fellow Canadians. They wish to draw the attention of the government to the 2019 United Nations report on children and armed conflict, which calls on Israel to uphold juvenile justice standards and cease the use of administrative detention for children. The petitioners remind Canada of its obligations as a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Finally, they call for the Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade to undertake an urgent study of the treatment of children in occupied Palestine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and with some urgency that I present this petition. These petitions, being paper petitions, are coming in large numbers from Ottawa residents concerned about the logging, the destruction of the trees within the Queen Juliana Park. It was established in order to recognize the sacrifice of Canadians, of the 7,600 Canadians who died in the liberation of the Netherlands. It is also a place that serves as the home for traditional, popular Algonquin powwows, this being the territory of the Algonquin peoples. The loss of this forest, which is a very popular urban area park in Ottawa, is to allow for 17 acres of parking, including a 4-story parking structure. It opens the door to development within Ottawa, which is very worrying to the petitioners. There have been over 8,000 people signing the petitions. The one I present today, Mr. Speaker, has 117 additional signatures. The petitioners, the whole reason, the raison d'etre for all this destruction is that a decision to reject the recommendation from the National Capital Commission to have the new Ottawa Hospital on Tunney's pasture, and instead to move it to this different location, which includes a great deal of the experimental farm, which has also provided green spaces until this development decision. I know I have to summarize, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to restore the National Capital Commission original recommendation to build on Tunney's pasture as the ideal location, to preserve Queen Juliana Park and the entire central experimental farm as green spaces, to support the request for a public inquiry as to why the NCC's recommendation was set aside so quickly and without transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by constituents in my riding of Wellington Halton Hills. The petitioners call on parties in Parliament to work together to commit to reducing Canada's greenhouse gas emissions by at least 60% from 2005 levels by 2030. Call on all parties in Parliament to establish a concrete plan to end fossil fuel subsidies and stop all new fossil fuel expansions, and call on all parties in Parliament to restart the Just Transition consultation and pass legislation as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I guess one last time, the presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. No? All right, don't want to miss that next time. Questions for the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
This table. Orders of the day.
Order émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commun, second reading of Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Kara, moves that Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and make related and consequential amendments to other acts, now be read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, imagine a day without art, without culture, no music, no movies, no television, no books. It would be boring, really boring. And this is why I'm so happy to speak today about Bill C-11, the Online Streaming Act. This legislation will update Canada's broadcasting rules to include online streaming services, and it will require them to contribute in an equitable way to our culture. This is the first of a few pieces of legislation that are part of a mandate as Minister of Canadian Heritage. And the bills are the online streaming, this one, online news, and online safety. And all the three of them, Mr. Speaker, they work together to make the Internet a fairer, more inclusive, safer, and more competitive place for Canadians. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, when Internet arrived, we all thought it was great. We thought it would create new opportunities, we'd be able to speak up online, that it would strengthen our democracy and bring people together. And up to a point, that's true. It's had beneficial effects and it's brought people together, and it still does. The Internet is a real vector for change. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the Internet has led to more misinformation. It has led to more polarization. For example, culturally, it's completely changed our methods of producing and consuming content. And everyone, especially youth, can be exposed to all sorts of unacceptable content like online hate, child exploitation, and bullying. So we all have a role to play collectively, Mr. Speaker, including the platforms that dominate the Internet and play a huge role in our lives.
To address these issues now. If not, well, they will continue to harm Canadians, chip away our cultural sovereignty, and weaken our digital society. So this, Mr. Speaker, is about making the Internet a better place for all Canadians. So how are we going to do this? Well, Mr. Speaker, it starts with this bill, the Online Streaming Act. It starts with making sure that online streamers contribute to the strength and vitality of Canada's cultural sector. Let's remember, Canada's strong culture is no accident. We made that decision. We made that call. We decided. We chose to be different. We chose to be different from our neighbors to the south. We chose cultural sovereignty. And Mr. Speaker, we are reminding of this every day, and especially yesterday, on National Flag Day, when we chose the maple leaf as our flag. We were choosing a symbol of our national identity, a symbol that is distinct and set us apart from the cultural superpowers to the south. And after 57 years, the maple leaf is the most widely recognized Canadian emblem in the world, and to each and every one of us, it is a symbol of a Canada, a country made by all of us together. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, our culture represents all of us. It is who we are. It's our past, our present, and our future. It's how we talk to each other. It's how we tell our stories.
For more than 50 years, the Broadcasting Act has helped us share our stories, and that's how we built our strong Canadian culture. That's how we forged our Canadian identity, and that's how we brought Canadian voices to the world. And we want to build on this for the future. And so, we must recognize that times have changed.
The last time our system was updated, the world was totally different. In 1991, people rented films from Blockbuster, and people had Walkmans. And we all did that. And if you were late, you paid a late fee. And there are so many things that have changed over the past 30 years. Streaming has changed our way of creating, discovering, and consuming content. And our system today is a reflection of that. So for decades, Canadian broadcasters have invested in the system and created content that we love so much. So it's a question of fairness, asking streamers to do their fair share, no more, no less, their fair share. Companies like Netflix, Amazon, and Disney are already investing in the Canadian economy, and we like that. We love that stuff. Their content is very entertaining. They invest significantly, and we want them to keep investing in doing their projects in Canada. But let's be honest, we have some incredible talent that's homegrown. Our directors, our actors, our you name it. So it's worthwhile investing in Canada. We have a lot to offer. And what this bill would do is update the rules so that all streaming platforms contribute to our culture, period. That's as simple as that, this bill.
The Online Streaming Act brings online broadcasters under similar rules. Similar rules and requirements as our traditional broadcasters. Because unlike traditional Canadian broadcasters, platforms profit from our culture but have no obligations to contribute to it. And with money leaving day after day traditional broadcasters to go to these platforms, well, this is putting our creators, our industry, our jobs, and even our culture at risk. So we have to act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our system must also pave the way for new and upcoming Canadian artists. There's so much talent in our country. And for decades, our current system introduced us to the incredible artists that we all love. Many of them, now, they share their art around the world. They're known everywhere. And there's so many talent. I'm thinking of Anne of Green Gables, Tragically Hip, Crazy, Drake, Charlotte Cardin, Laria Fabian, Shawn Mendes, District 31, Schitt's Creek, et tant d'autres succès que ça soit.
And so many others, whether it's music or film or TV.
Speaker, that our children and also future generations grow up as we did, having the chance to watch our stories, to listen to our songs. Savez?
You know, culture is a powerful and fundamental form of expression. It enables us to live together and to experience moments and feelings and dreams. It allows us to build a common culture and identity. And it has a growing influence larger than ever before. And we need to be able to identify with our culture. We, Francophones all across Canada, we depend on it. Our language and our culture depend on it. If we want our children to speak our language, we need a strong culture. And in order for that to happen, we need a system that's fair and equitable.
And Indigenous peoples are counting on it too. Diversity and inclusion are Canadian values, and they must be key elements of our cultural policy. This is a key pillar of the Online Streaming Act, of this Act. And racialized Canadians, women, LGBTQ2+ persons, and persons with disabilities deserve to have a space in order to tell their stories, Mr. Speaker, to others Canadians, but also to the world. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill claims that space and makes sure that online streaming platforms contribute to Canadian culture, to our culture. Alors, là, en ce moment,
at the current point in time, our Canadian broadcasters are subject to a set of rules, while online platforms are subjected to a different set of rules. It should be equitable for all. And that's precisely what we want to do with this Online Streaming Act. Because, and I've said this before, I say it often, if you benefit from the system, you should contribute to the system, period.
Mr. Speaker, it's true that in the previous Parliament there were many important debates about the role of social media in supporting Canadian artists and culture. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we listened to the concerns around social media and we fixed it. We fixed it, Mr. Speaker. So in response to this debate, Bill C-11 clearly outlines that the regulator will have no power to regulate the everyday use of social media by Canadians. Well, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. We will not regulate users or online creators through the bill or our policy. No digital-first creators, no influencers, no users. Only the online streaming companies themselves will have new responsibilities under this Act. That is my goal, our goal, and we will achieve that goal. So, how will we do this? Our new approach to social media responds to concerns about freedom of expression. At the same time, it takes into account that music is largely broadcasted online. That's why this bill includes very important updates that will only focus on relevant types of commercial content. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a study conducted by Media Technology Monitor in 2020 found that about 2/3 of Canadian adults use YouTube to listen to music, which outpace dedicated music services such as Apple Music and Spotify. The proposed amendments in the Online Streaming Act regarding social media will not apply to content uploaded by user or to the users themselves. They will only apply to commercial content based on specific criteria defined in the bill, and this responds to the needs of music stakeholders who stated that platforms who broadcast commercial music must contribute to the system. So this is a creative way of doing this, Mr. Speaker. We're defining the sandbox for the regulator in the law. There's a sandbox there. And this is a compromise, an effort in good faith by the government. I met with many social media content creators, Mr. Speaker, including YouTubers and other digital-first creators, and I heard their concern. And it was a great conversation, Mr. Speaker. Like, they're amazing. They're all over the world. They're incredible, so creative. And I heard them. I heard them very clearly, and I will continue to listen to them. And these creators, they share incredible content with audiences here in Canada, but as I said, around the world. But this bill is not about them. It is not. It will not require them to do anything new. It doesn't change anything for them. And, Mr. Speaker, if I haven't been crystal clear on this yet, let me add that once this bill has gone through the parliamentary process and received royal assent, we will make it even more clearer to the regulator through a policy directive that this legislation does not touch users, only online streaming platforms. So platforms are in, users are out. So once again, I want to be extremely clear, Mr. Speaker. This law will never control what Canadians can or cannot see online. We will always be able to choose what we listen to, what we watch. Users are not broadcasters. They're not. Their content will not be regulated, and an individual online creator's content will not be regulated. Again, the principle is simple. Platforms are in, and users are out. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our goal in updating our system has never changed. 1991 was a long time ago, though. As a country, we chose decades ago to protect our cultural identity because our artists and creators deserve to be on our airwaves. And that's why, as a licensing condition, Canadian broadcasters have had to invest in the creation of Canadian content and the promotion of that content. Our goal here is that everyone who contributes to Canadian culture and promotes our music and shows and films, our objective is to support all those people, that homegrown talent. The goal hasn't changed, the market has, and it's time to adapt to that. This is no longer 1991 when the last major reform was made. The system has served Canadians well all that time by creating a distinct and stable place for our culture. Thanks to our system, generations of Canadians have grown up listening to Canadian music on the radio and watching Canadian shows and movies on TV. Whole generations of artists have been able to share their art and to truly touch Canadians. Now that the internet has opened new cultural connections, we want our cultural success to continue and grow. We've never needed it more. It's now or never. So we've said it, we've seen it, and we've lived through it. COVID-19 has accelerated our transition to online. Physical distancing often forced Canadians to turn to online streaming platforms and services. Canadians have been communicating with their friends and their family online. Many people telework. Students are taking their courses online, and many of us entertain ourselves during these hard times through music, series, and films online.
Have severely limited their revenue streams for almost 2 years. And an imbalanced system with unequal obligation is only making this situation worse for our artists, our creators, and our culture. With fewer resources, fewer opportunities, and fewer productions, Canadian music and stories will become harder and harder to find. And that's not what we want, Mr. Speaker. We want the opposite. And without intervention, current trends in the market are expected to result in a decline in the production of Canadian television content of almost $1 billion by 2023 when compared to 2018. And this is only a measure of the economic loss. The truth is that our cultural identity is at stake. And
a distinct cultural space allows us to talk to one another, to understand one another, and to build Canadian identity. It helps us together to find solutions to national issues. As this space is eroded, our links get weaker, our stories, our values, and our perspectives diminish. Our diversity begins to wane because voices are weakened. So we have taken action. Not acting is not an option. So we're going to do more to protect our culture and our creators. The Online Streaming Act will directly contribute to the vitality of Canadian culture. Streamers do their fair share of the funding and the creation. We want them to do their fair share of the funding, creation, production, and distribution of content. So this act will make it possible for the future of Canadian broadcasting to promote and protect our cultural sovereignty.
Results of years of hard work and consultation on the part of Canadians, industries, stakeholders, and parliamentarians. And I want to thank them for their thoughtful insight and hard work. And while we start the debate on this very important piece of legislation, let's remember that at the end of the day, this is about updating our system to reflect today's digital reality. Things have changed. Streaming platforms are the new big players, and this new bill makes sure that everyone contributes in a similar and an equitable way to all culture. So the objectives of our culture policy and broadcast system haven't changed. It's about fairness. It's about good middle-class jobs in the culture sector. It's about having the power to shape our own culture. It's about making sure everyone can see themselves in the culture. It's about being proud of who we are, being proud of being Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, before we get up asking questions, I just want to make sure we want to be disciplined in how we ask our questions so that everybody gets an opportunity, of course, to do that. But before we do that, we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know in the province of Ontario, in the workplace, you're mandated to wear a mask. When I look across, 20% of the Conservative caucus is not wearing a mask. And, you know, I would look to the member from Carleton as even an Ontario Member of Parliament. Is there any obligation if you, because we're in Ontario, where the Premier Doug Ford has a mandate for masks in the work environment, whether or not we should be wearing masks?
Good question. Member.
You know, and I just want to say that the Speaker did have a response to this yesterday in a point of order as well, tried to clarify it. The BIOE had made a decision that it is strongly recommended. It is not required. I guess it depends on where you draw that line of strongly recommended. So I will strongly recommend it to members of the House to keep their mask on when they're not speaking. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took my mask off to speak. I note the member had his mask off while he was very quickly condemning others for not wearing a mask. The irony. So, Mr. Speaker, this minister wants us to trust his government to regulate what Canadians see and say online. Let's look at how this government uses the powers it has. This very week, they decided to invoke the never-before-used Emergency Act, an act with such vast powers. It was not used after the attacks of 9/11, was not used when a gunman actually came in to the parliamentary buildings and had shot a Canadian soldier dead, was not used with the blockades of the pipeline in British Columbia. These powers will allow the government to invade the privacy, the freedoms, and even the bank accounts of Canadians. And that's why Conservatives will fight it all the way. Nous, les conservateurs, vont nous battre contre ces...
The Conservatives will fight these abuses.
Speaker, this government has abused the freedoms of Canadians. Why should Canadians now trust that same abusive government with the power to censor what Canadians see and say online?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for his leadership speech, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it's not the right forum for that. Maybe he should do that in his own caucus meeting room, maybe not here, because we're talking about... I'm talking about something else, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about...
Now we have a point of order from Leans Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. So just before the member for Carleton started speaking, or just after he started speaking, the member for Kingston and the Islands did say in a volume loud enough for all members in the House to hear that another member in this House, another honourable member, had lied. And I believe if you check with the folks from Hansard, they would confirm, or the folks at the table heard the same thing. I would ask you, Speaker, to invite that member, of course, to unreservedly apologize for impugning the character and speaking in an unparliamentary way about an honourable member of this place.
I see the member for Kingston and the Islands is standing.
Mr. Speaker, because it is not appropriate to call another member a liar in this House, I certainly take that comment back. But I will say, for 8 minutes, we watched the member.
I know. Thank you. Let's go back to questions and comments. Actually, no, sorry. All right, we done?
The good news is we know who supports Pierre.
I thought now that we got into the debate on this bill that we would have a nice, quiet time talking about the bill before us. Actually, the minister didn't have an opportunity to answer, so the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to give me the opportunity. I'm not sure there's much to respond here because it was more of a leadership speech towards his friends here, maybe not adapted to the debate that's in front of us today, which is a very important debate on our culture, on who we are as Canadians, on what we need to do to support our Canadian stories, our musicians, our actors, our directors, Mr. Speaker. This is the debate. I would have loved the member of Carleton to ask a question that had anything to do even closely to this bill, but he didn't. So it gives me the opportunity to say that this bill is extremely important for our culture, who we are as Canadians, and I hope they're going to support it.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for his testimony and for his sense of urgency for tabling this bill, which is so important for the industry in Quebec. In Quebec, there's a strong demand for French language content that is made for and in Quebec. There's a great deal of pressure on local production costs. And our local producers are in competition with production companies like Netflix. We often forget principles that were outlined in the bill, such as fairness for smaller broadcasters. It's important to support content creators in Quebec. So supporting our broadcasters is important, and we also have to tax Netflix appropriately. Would the minister consider reducing or excluding Section 2? Why wasn't this done? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And members of the Bloc Québécois who are sincerely interested in culture, well, I've had many good conversations with my counterpart. We're all aiming for the same thing. Sometimes we have different points of view in how to get there, but we have the same goals. On this bill, there's a lot of agreement. Now, when it comes to my colleague's question, the fact that streaming companies online have to contribute fairly, no more, no less, to culture means that there will be more money available for the entire system, including Francophone radio.
L'honorable député de Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his speech. Canadian cultural workers, our creators, our artists, as well as our broadcasters have suffered because of the unfair competition from streaming web giants, big corporations like Netflix, Disney+, Amazon Prime. For years, the NDP has been calling for an end to this unfair system, and I support the first steps in Bill C-11 to level the playing field. It's especially important to ensure that these corporations have obligations to fund and ensure discoverability for Canadian cultural content. But web giants, including some like the most profitable corporations like Netflix, Google, Amazon, Facebook, still don't pay their fair share of taxes on the profits they make in Canada. This government likes to talk about tax fairness, but it continues to protect the profits of these big web giants by delaying the implementation of the digital services tax. Can the minister share with the House, does he know how much these web giants have avoided in taxes since 2015?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for her question, her sincere interest into this subject matter and bill. And I have to say that I had also very productive discussions with my counterpart from the NDP on this. This bill makes sure that those streamers, those big companies that already invest here, we have to say they invest, and some of them invest a lot of money, and we love that, Mr. Speaker. We're in favor, and we ask them to invest even more, Mr. Speaker. And the approach will be very flexible. It's going to be based on their own business model. Not everyone will have to act the same way, and the contributions or participation will be different to take into consideration the fact that they're very different. But at the end of the day, to answer the question more directly, at the end of the day, there will be more money into the system, Mr. Speaker, to help our Canadian creators, our Canadian artists.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, the Minister of Heritage, for his remarks today and his work on this bill. This bill was presented, certainly the spirit of it, in the 43rd Parliament. I had conversations with my constituents who were confused by the fact that they thought that the government was trying to regulate free speech. And of course, we've just heard from the member from Carleton in his remarks. No wonder why they were confused. I used the opportunity in those phone calls to say that the government was seeking just to modernize the act such that digital giants that were acting akin to traditional broadcasters would also be required to actually contribute to Canadian content. Now, some of my constituents don't believe in the idea of contributing to Canadian content. That was fine, and they understood that. Others, of course, once I explained it, actually understood the fundamental elements of the bill. I thought the minister did a very good job in his remarks. Could he remind my constituents that we are about protecting Canadian content to an evolution in how we actually receive digital content in Canada?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Yes, well, I want to thank my colleague for his question. One of the best interventions, Mr. Speaker, that I've heard in a very, very, very long time. Excellent intervention. I have to say that, really. And he said it very well. Last time, sadly, the debate was a bit hijacked on something else. But the bill, if you look at the bill, if you read the bill, it's only about the streamers contributing to our Canadian culture, which is important, I'm sure, for all of us, including my official counterpart from the Conservative. I'm sure culture is, but it's one thing to say it and another thing to act. We can all say, we love culture, I love Bryan Adams, and I love this and that and whatever, but fine. But at the end of the day, what do we do? So what are my friends from the Conservatives doing? Are they going to help us this time? Help our creators? Help our film industry? Help our music industry? Because this has nothing to do about freedom of speech. It only has to do with the streamers contributing to the Canadian culture. That's it, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can say to the Minister, stay tuned because my speech is coming up right afterwards. But I do want to thank the Minister for his comments and want to look very closely at Section 4.2. I'm sure he has heard, like I have heard, from Digital First creators who are concerned about the exclusion to the exclusion, and specifically the criteria about direct or indirect revenue. I want to ask if he's heard from Digital First creators and whether he takes their concerns to heart and would entertain amendments to exclude the exclusion from this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and that's a very interesting and important question, Mr. Speaker. And as I said during my speech, we heard the concerns on social media, about social media, and we fixed it. So we brought back 4.1 with the exception of commercial content. And commercial content, to my colleague, is really specified. There are criteria in the bill, so there's a clear sandbox. It's very precise. It's about the revenues. It's about the fact that you can find the same content on, for example, YouTube or Spotify. It's about codes that could be encrypted in some of that content, Mr. Speaker. So I did meet with them, and honestly, those were fascinating conversations. Some of them were 18 years old, 19, 20, 21, like they're all over the world. They do things incredible, and I love it, but it's not about them. It's about those streamers contributing to the Canadian culture. That's it.
Alors, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, Justice.
The Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on the environment, and the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore on labour. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to speak in the House as a Minister of the Shadow Cabinet and critic for heritage, and to present the official opposition's response to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act.
Commencer.
I want to start by highlighting and celebrating our creators, artists, actors, musicians, all those who work in arts and culture and heritage in Canada. There is no doubt that Canada has world-class talent that have been successful here at home and throughout the entire world. Furthermore, we continue to see the ongoing development of young talents contributing to our national culture, and they will do so for years to come. This is especially true for talents who are Québécois or Francophone, exceptional talents that we all want to see flourish. These creators and artists deserve to be treated fairly and to have the tools that they need for their success. They deserve to have an economic environment that leads to them being paid fairly for their work. When they tell our stories, whether it be through music, the written word, on the big screen, on television, and more, online.
Mr. Speaker, the Broadcasting Act has not been updated in any meaningful way since 1991. And Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, times have changed a little bit since that time. As a 7-year-old kid in 1991, the phrase, "Be kind, please rewind," reflected so much of the broadcasting world. Now, 3 decades later, as a legislator, I can acknowledge that times have changed. Technology has changed. And how Canadians enjoy Canadian stories has changed. But what hasn't changed, as has been acknowledged, is a legislative and regulatory framework that governs this sector. The Government of Canada, and through the government, the CRTC, must update its approach to the treatment of arts, culture, and media to reflect the realities of the third decade of the 21st century. As many colleagues will know, my riding is home to some of the great cultural institutions in Canada, including the Stratford Festival, Drayton Entertainment, Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. What's more, our community has a vibrant music scene through events like Stratford Summer Music, and is becoming a destination for television and film production. So when I was asked to serve as the official opposition's Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage, I was certainly honored to do so. And it has provided me with the remarkable opportunity to meet with so many arts and culture stakeholders from across the country. I've met with many artists, musicians, and creators who are deeply invested in the future of the industry and the future of this very particular piece of legislation. Monsieur le Président, l'opposition conservatrice.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative opposition agrees that the current system is outdated. However, we have seen the government fail and waver in its efforts to modernize the Broadcasting Act, to adapt to the new digital world in which we live, and prepare for future disruptions of the landscape that we cannot even imagine today.
And that, Mr. Speaker, is what the government and the CRTC ought to be doing. They should be there to ensure they are not in the way of the next disruption or the next innovation. Rather, they should be there to lay out the ground rules, to ensure that when that next disruption happens, when that next innovation happens, it happens right here in Canada. And it allows Canadians and Canadian creators to benefit from and to export our top-notch talent around the globe. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in our 2021 election campaign platform, we committed that a Conservative government would conduct a full review of the CRTC to ensure that it better reflects the needs of Canadians and does not prevent Canadian broadcasters from innovating or adapting to changes in the marketplace. And speaking of election platforms, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear about where our Conservative opposition stands on updates to the Broadcasting Act related to foreign streaming service. Notre plateforme a dit clairement que nous soutiendrions un...
Our platform clearly states that we want to have a legislative tool that updates the Broadcasting Act in order to respond to the realities of a market that lives increasingly online, to give certainty to businesses and choice to consumers. Our approach will require that large broadcasting and streaming services such as Netflix, Disney Plus, and Amazon Prime Video reinvest a considerable part of their gross Canadian revenue into the production of original programming in Canada, and a fixed part of that will be in French. If they don't do it willingly for a given year, they will have to put the difference into the Canada Media Fund. The proportion chosen will vary according to the nature of the service and will be determined according to the best practices of other countries, including Europe and Australia, and the nature of the Canadian market. Reinvestment requirements into content will also recognize and encourage partnerships with independent Canadian producers.
Mr. Speaker, we were also very clear in our platform that we would do this while ensuring that Canadians who uploaded content to social media platforms continue to enjoy the freedom of speech and the ability to express themselves freely within the confines of Canadian law. Let me be clear. Most Canadians understand and expect that large, foreign-owned streamers ought not to be given advantages over the regulated Canadian broadcasting sector. Large, foreign streamers should pay their fair share. What's more, it is logical to expect that those who benefit from the Canadian regulatory regime should also be expected to contribute to Canadian content. We want to see Canadians telling Canadian stories. Now, much has been said about the origins of the current regulatory regime. In reviewing the interventions of past colleagues on this topic, I was drawn to the comments of the then Minister of Communications, the Honourable Marcel Masse, from November 3rd, 1989, and I quote from page 5549 of Hansard. Minister Masse said this: "Let us retrace the development of our broadcasting system. How did it start? How can we define it? Since its beginning, Canadian broadcasting has had to adjust to Canadian realities. The proximity to the United States, a vast and sparsely populated territory, as well as the existence of two official languages. Every measure taken by public authorities since the turn of the century can be explained by these economic, social, and cultural challenges which lie at the root of the bill before us today." The minister goes on to state, "What has changed, however, is the technology of communications and the significant evolution of Canadian values." Now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that with the important addition of the consideration of Indigenous languages and culture, that commentary provided in this House on that November day in 1989 rings true today as well, with the challenges and opportunities faced in today's broadcasting system here in Canada. And while we're going down memory lane, I want to turn back to something not quite as far back as 1989 and look what happened in the previous Parliament with the former bill, Bill C-10. Mr. Speaker, as all members of this House will remember, and many Canadians watching this debate will remember, the previous Parliament, the iteration of Bill C-10, was one of the most poorly managed and poorly messaged policy proposals that I've seen from this government. The new C-11 picks up where the old Bill C-10 left off. That flawed bill that made headlines, and for the wrong reasons. The decisions that were made by that government seemed to fail from drafting to introduction to third reading. And Conservatives were not alone in our concerns with Bill C-10. Many individuals and organizations were concerned about free speech and the implications of government overreach and expressed strong concerns with the former Bill C-10. Professor Michael Geist, a University of Ottawa professor and Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce Law, called the former Bill C-10, and I quote, "an exceptionally heavy-handed regulatory approach where a government-appointed regulator decides what individual user-generated content is prioritized." He further pointed out that, quote, "no one, literally no other country, uses broadcast regulation to regulate user-generated content in this way." Mr. Speaker, even the Senate, which is now filled with a plurality of senators who are appointed by the current Liberal Prime Minister and who generally share his agenda and ideology, refused to pass Bill C-10 before the Prime Minister called his unnecessary attempt at a power grab in the summer of 2021 election. Now, one of the main flaws with the former C10 related to user-generated content, which we'll hear a lot about in my comments and I think in the comments throughout this debate. Under that bill, there was originally an exception, 4.1, which allowed those who generated content to be excluded on social media sites like YouTube and other content sharing sites. However, at committee, government members removed that exclusion, meaning that CRTC could now regulate the content that individual users put up on those social media sites. Further complicating the matter, Mr. Speaker, was the unclear and unaccountable authority that Bill C-10 proposed to give the CRTC. Bill C-10 proposed to give the CRTC broad new powers, but not clear direction on what those regulations would be. With little to no government oversight, it was concerning that an unaccountable government agency would be enforcing and controlling what people see and what people don't see on social media sites. Which brings us to the current bill before this House, Bill C-11. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate a certain irony that this bill was introduced on February 2nd, Groundhog Day. Because, Mr. Speaker, it certainly feels like we've been here before. When I was first appointed as Shadow Minister for Canadian Heritage, I spoke with and I wrote to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and had wonderful, productive conversations with the Minister. And there were two things in particular that I urged him to do. First was not to reintroduce the flawed former C-10 in the same form. The second request that I thought was important, that should he introduce amendments to the Broadcasting Act, that the government not interfere with the work of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, that we as parliamentarians be given the opportunity to properly study and, if necessary, amend this bill. That is still my hope. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what this bill doesn't do. It does not reduce the current regulatory burden faced by incumbent Canadian broadcasters, nor does it reduce the costs to Canadian broadcasters. Mr. Speaker, the government could take immediate action today to support Canadian broadcasters by adopting conservative policies. As I said in this place and elsewhere, the CRTC Part 2 license fees should be scrapped. These fees amount to a tax on Canadian broadcasters and do nothing but provide additional revenues to regulators and, by extension, the Government of Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in the 2019-2020 fiscal years, these Part 2 license fees amounted to $116,594,742. In the 2018-2019 fiscal year, they were $113 million. In those 2 years alone, that amounts to $250 million that went to CRTC coffers rather than contributing to Canadian programming. This bill, unfortunately, does not scrap Part 2 license fees. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I hinted at earlier, we'll be talking a fair bit about user-generated content. Now, in the old C-10, there was an exclusion for user-generated content, which was then excluded at committee in the melee that was clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-10. Now, in Bill C-11, the government has reintroduced an exclusion on user-generated content on social media, and it is known as Section 4.1 of Bill C-11. But in what can only be considered as the ultimate in bureaucratic language, the Liberals added an exclusion to the exclusion as Section 4.2. This exclusion to the exclusion is so broad that the government, through the CRTC, could once again regulate wide swaths of content uploaded to social media. And I want to quote from key stakeholders that operate in the field. I want to quote from Matt Hatfield from Open Media, who said this, quote, "Trying to exclude user-generated content from CRTC regulation is a good step, and an acknowledgement by the government that last year's Bill C-10 was a mistake. The problem is that it isn't clear if they've actually excluded user-generated content. They're working from a foundation of a clean separation of professional and amateur content on the internet that simply doesn't exist. Major Canadian internet productions like podcasts could find themselves in the worst of all worlds, subject to CRTC regulation while not able to seek CanCon funding. Now, what concerns me and what concerns our official opposition is the impact that this will have on creators, especially digital-first creators, who have found success in the digital world and should be encouraged rather than hindered. According to a 2019 report from researchers at Ryerson University, I quote, "There are an estimated 160,000 Canadian content creators on YouTube, including 40,000 who have enough of an audience to monetize their channels. These 40,000 creators have in turn sparked the development of nearly 28,000 full-time jobs." End quote. Mr. Speaker, 28,000 full-time jobs through this type of digital-first Canadian creations. And this is just one small aspect, one positive economic part that we can realize through new media. Now, it's not conservative politicians alone who are raising concerns about the impact this will have on digital-first creators. We are raising these concerns on behalf of creators from across Canada. Scott Benzie, the Managing Director of Digital First Canada, shared this about Bill C-11. Quote, "Bill C-11 still has many issues for digital-first creators. The sandbox that is said to be given to the CRTC is too broad and could include every piece of content online. Most concerning, though, is that there is still room in the bill for the government to force platforms to put approved Canadian content ahead of independent Canadian content and artificially manipulate algorithms. Even in the best-case scenario, this bill only has downsides for digital-first creators, while traditional media industry gets their funding doubled." And we go on as well, Mr. Speaker, to Megan Fortier, CEO of Skyship Entertainment, who shared these comments. "In Canada, digital content creators have built a successful, thriving industry on platforms such as YouTube, TikTok, and others that exports a huge amount of Canadian content to the rest of the world. Creators bring revenue from other countries back home to Canada and use it to hire Canadian workers and pay Canadian taxes. They've done this through their entrepreneurial spirit, their hard work, and largely without government interference or assistance. This achievement should be supported, celebrated, and encouraged." Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running short, so I do want to offer a few final comments about Bill C-11. Including the broad powers that are delivered to the CRTC. We as parliamentarians have a duty to examine and review proposals of the government. The challenge with this piece of legislation is the degree to which government envisions delegating its regulatory power to another entity, in this case, the CRTC. This is being done without, as of yet, clear policy direction from the government as to how these regulatory powers would be interpreted. This just trust us approach does not inspire confidence. One example is the concept of discoverability, which could be so broad and vague that Canadians be rightly concerned about what content the CRTC would include or would have prioritized for Canadian viewing, and by extension, what will be further deprioritized for viewing by Canadians. Also, Canadians want to know what constitutes Canadian content in the digital world. As I mentioned before, we want to see Canadians telling Canadian stories. But what isn't clear is how the CRTC will adjust its criteria to ensure that real Canadian stories are captured within the CanCon rules. Now, Mr. Speaker, we as the official opposition will be clear in our position on this bill. While we will not be supporting this bill at second reading, we will nonetheless fulfill our role as Her Majesty's loyal opposition in proposing reasonable amendments at committee. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative opposition will be there for Canadian creators, artists, and broadcasters in asking the tough questions and raising the important concerns here in this House and at committee, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings-Hants.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je voudrais...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech today. I thank him for speaking in French. It is great to see parliamentarians working to improve their skills, language skills in both official languages. Freedom of expression. The minister clearly said in his speech that this bill and its previous iteration from the last legislature would ensure that digital giants contribute to Canadian content rather than having an impact on freedom of expression. Does the Conservative Party agree that webcasters should support Canadian content?
Perth Wellington.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, too, congratulate the member for King Hants on the quality of his French. As he said, it's so great to see English speakers from Nova Scotia or Ontario speaking in the House in their second language. To his question, yes, Conservatives do support the concept, the notion that major international organizations like Netflix and Disney Plus should pay their fair share here in Canada. They should also invest in Canadian content in Canada. This was in our election platform. It is absolutely something we support. Our concerns, rather, are about online creators, digital creators, and we wonder about Section 4.2 and whether that will apply. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and his participation in today's debate. My honourable colleague from Perth Wellington has a rather thriving industry in his riding. So here's the question I'd like to ask him. What did he say to the cultural industry in his riding to explain his opposition to a bill that will save Canadian culture and Quebecois culture? So what did he say to the culture sector in his riding to explain that the culture sector supports this bill, but he doesn't? The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Lac-Saint-Jean for his question. Let me be very clear. There are aspects of this bill that the Conservatives are in favour of. It was in our election platform that Conservatives want major international organizations to pay their fair share. They should also invest in Canadian content. I had the pleasure of meeting with many creators, many organizations. There are different views among them. There are many aspects of this bill of which we are in favor. I want to work with my colleagues. I want to work with my colleagues on the Canadian Heritage Committee to improve this bill for Canadian creators. We can improve the bill in committee.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things our party has really fought hard for is to ensure that the orders and conditions required by the CRTC from web giants, big web giants, are required by the CRTC to be transparent, public, and not containing loopholes that will allow big web giants off the hook to circumvent their obligations to fund and make Canadian cultural content discoverable. Would my honourable colleague agree that that is absolutely critical and necessary?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for her important question. And I would go a step further, actually. I think we need to do much more in terms of how we oversee what happens at the CRTC. In this very particular case, the minister has yet to provide policy direction to the CRTC as in terms of how this piece of legislation would be implemented, how the regulatory regime would be implemented when it gets to the CRTC. Without that clear direction from the government, we are left not knowing what the CRTC will be doing, how the CRTC will be negotiating with the individual web giants, with the Netflix, with the Disney Pluses of the world. That's the unknown question. So at committee, I look forward to hearing from the CRTC to see how they will be interpreting the broad legislative rules and how they will interpret that when they make the regulatory changes.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his excellent analytical speech. The question, I would ask him for a comment, as he shared in responding to my colleague's questions across the aisle. There are aspects of the bill that we share with the government as to the intent of the legislation. Could he comment as to why this government wants to go that much further in regulating user content?
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Chatham-Kent-Leamington for his comment and his question. I think that he really hit the nail on the head there. You know, there's much that we can agree on in this bill. There's much that we can agree in the broad cultural milieu where we can go forward. You know, certainly web giants, the foreign streamers, should be paying their fair share. If they're operating and enjoying the benefits of the Canadian regulatory regime, they should be paying their fair share. Where we have concern is where it goes beyond paying their fair share and where Canadian content, especially that new up-and-coming Canadian artist, has that opportunity to use social media to propel themselves to that next level. That user, there's not the clear separation between professional and amateur content that's envisioned by the minister in his comments on this bill. If we can remove part of that, if we can have a meaningful conversation about this at committee, I think there's much that we can agree on, but that challenge right there is what we're concerned about right now, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is about the official opposition's attitude rather than about the bill. When we debated C10 in the past Parliament, the Conservative Party used all sorts of tactics to slow it down. Yet, the entire culture industry is asking us to pass this legislation quickly, saying that they've waited long enough. Does the member for Perth Wellington agree that we should work constructively to make amendments without slowing down the process? The honourable member for Perth Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Repentigny. Let me state very clearly that I want to work constructively with my colleagues on the Standing Canadian Heritage Committee. There is so much we can accomplish together. I asked the Minister for Canadian Heritage, in fact, to empower the committee to have the necessary discussions as well as to hear from witnesses who work in the culture industry. I asked that we study amendments to improve the bill. I will work constructively with my colleague. I thank the honourable member for her question.
And an answer, we'll go to the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Port Moody Coquitlam? No?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the speech. And I wanted to say here in Port Moody, we are named City of the Arts. So this is very important to many in our community. Artists are both revered and appreciated here in Port Moody, Coquitlam, and they need support over this pandemic. Many of them have lost their jobs and lost many opportunities to share their talents. So I just wanted to ask the member again and to just get a clarification on, does the member acknowledge that the large corporations need to pay their fair shares to assist to nurture Canadian artists and context post-pandemic?
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Port Moody Coquitlam for her comments. And at some point, I would love to make it that part of the country and see the vibrant art scene that is in her riding. I want to say once again very clearly, our platform was clear. We believe that large foreign streamers should pay their fair share in Canada, and that they should be investing in Canadian productions here in Canada, using Canadian talent, telling Canadian stories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I seek unanimous consent to share my speaking time with the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. The member has proposed to share his time. Will all those opposed please say nay? Thus, any opposition, please say no. There being no opposition, this is carried. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured and humbled to take the floor today to discuss and eventually debate the purpose and steps of a bill of such importance to creators and citizens of Quebec and Canada. I will speak about some more conceptual elements in my introduction, then I'll offer some more practical recommendations. It is time to move out of the Stone Age. We must bring Canada into the modern world. Most of us agree on this imperative. We also agree that, in doing so, we must protect the artists. They are the living, breathing transmitters of our culture. But before we rush into anything, we should in fact slow down, for some reflections are in order. In the 20th century, when the present Broadcasting Act was drafted, the world was a very different place. War had drawn new borders between countries. The only way to get information was by radio and, a little later on television. Some philosophers, among the ancient philosophers, postulated that space and time were the two elements without which nothing was possible. Indeed, all events must occur in a place. All events must also occur at a given moment. Nothing could even be conceived of without space and time. Some people have amused themselves by asking the question, how long would it take a bird flying in the sky to fall to the ground in a world without time? Well, it would take no time at all. It would not fall because it could not fall without time. But that was before Internet. The Internet did away with the notions of space and time. The Internet exists both nowhere and everywhere, and its duration is always. For those of us who are used to thinking in a Cartesian way, we're sometimes caught off guard by the Internet because the Internet has no center. It's a challenge when it comes to legislation, but I will come back to this later. If we want to talk about the Internet, which exists both nowhere and everywhere, we need to change our paradigms. And also because regulation, by its very nature, is located somewhere. To do this, we should be inspired by an even more ancient philosopher, Heraclitus of Ephesus, who stated a fundamental philosophical principle in 3 simple words. Everything is one. That's what the Internet is. All is one. The Internet abolishes geography and temporality. The Internet is everywhere and at all times. What can we do then in terms of regulation? Well, C11 would increase the CRTC's powers. And I wonder, is this the solution, or should we rather consider creating a separate, dedicated agency whose members would be...
C'est l'État qui définit les règles et pas les entreprises. Et dans le cas du passé, on avait des raisons de douter aujourd'hui.
In digital matters, it is time for the state to do more than simply observe the damage. Among the expected attributes, well, for one, transparency, which inspires trust. But also remember that trust does not mean the absence of control. It must be possible to verify what's happening and for there to be accountability for companies. The state will have the titanic task of convincing or forcing the web giants to agree to a balance between their commercial interests and the public interest. And that has not been done. And these web giants always come back to us and say, innovation is a must. We have to keep up. We must remember that not just anything can be done in the name of innovation. We can't erase a language or hide it behind a biased algorithm that automatically discriminates against certain populations. We can't do that. In the name of innovation, we cannot capture the data of citizens without giving them anything in return. And in the name of innovation, we cannot allow surveillance capitalism to take hold. Many of the amendments proposed by the Bloc Québécois in C10 are found in C11. So we're pleased about that. However, this rejoicing should not prevent vigilance or critical thinking. Sometimes it is only one or a few words that have changed, yet we must never forget that we can change the fate of the world with one word. And we need to be careful because sometimes words can become sound with no meaning. The fewer the words, the less temptation to think, said Orwell. When the first English language Bible, King James Bible, was written, there were 6,000 words. Shakespeare had 150,000 words in his vocabulary, and nowadays, the English vocabulary is made up of 750,000 words. Donald Trump's vocabulary includes 200 words. And with that number of words, it's only possible to describe raw ideas. Words must not disappear. They are the instruments that can tell culture and history. But let's come back to Earth. As the world becomes more and more digital every day, it is unthinkable that big media players, web giants, have so few obligations to citizens and states, which make them rich. In the past, the Canadian government has been weak in the face of web giants. I would like to remind it that it has the power to be strong and that it is its duty to ensure that the web giants pay their fair share. Many people spoke about fair share today. Web giants have to pay their fair share in tax. They have to pay their fair share in the production of Canadian content. And they have to pay their fair share in the remuneration of content creators. It's not just a question of equality. The appropriate powers need to be given to those who deserve them, and that's not an easy matter. The web giants are used to being able to decide what their fair share is, so we will have to be vigilant. In this world where our references to space and time need to be rethought, the Canadian government, through C11, will have to ensure that it does not think about this bill alone. It will have to coordinate its possible regulatory instruments with our neighbors, the nations of the world. With that said, let's take the example of our European partners and other Anglo-Saxon countries. They have already reflected on these matters. And the bills put forward in other Anglo-Saxon countries have been very similar. Now, we must never back down without a fight. And I believe C11 is a good bill. It needs to be amended to elevate its scope, and it needs to have more teeth. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand that the Bloc will, in fact, be supporting this very important piece of legislation, at the very least in terms of going to committee, and I appreciate that because I recognize just how important our culture and heritage and ways in which we can support that industry. And that's the question I would pose to the member. Would he not agree that this is an industry that is very much alive today, and we need to be able to do the modernization in order to ensure its longevity into the future, the potential for the industry to grow is very real and tangible. We see that in terms of just the number of artists of many forms. And I would ask for him to provide his thoughts in regards to the potential growth of the industry as a direct result of this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. He does have a point, but the cultural sector is suffering even more because of the pandemic. I have a friend who sells a lot of records in the music industry, and he said we used to sell 320,000 records before it was a success. Now it only takes 120,000. He's very listened to on Spotify. Millions of people listen to him. But it has decreased to a meager 25% of what his listening audience was before.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais remercier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Trois-Rivières for his comments. Has he heard the concerns, as I have heard the concerns, of certain content creators who use TikTok and YouTube, etc., online to share their content with the world? Has he heard concerns from those creators? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Perth Wellington. Yes, I have heard. And I was concerned about possible negative impacts in the first iteration of the bill. When it comes to liberty of expression and other concerns, I'm very familiar with those, and I don't have any worries about those when it comes to C11.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Trois-Rivières for his speech, and in particular for reminding us all that philosophy can help us grapple with everyday issues so eloquently. Let me start by saying I don't know the cultural scene in Trois-Rivières well, although I did spend a summer in immersion at the University of Quebec de Trois-Rivières quite some time ago. Nevertheless, I'm sure that Trois-Rivières has its share of cultural workers and cultural production despite the pull of Montreal and Quebec. And I'm also sure that the loss of revenues during COVID for those organizations has left many of them struggling. So my question to the member is pretty simple, and I'm sure he will agree with me, that it's really important that we scoop back some of those revenues that were taken by the web giants and streaming services and direct that revenue to cultural production in our ridings all across the country.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. Yes, Trois-Rivières is a riding full of culture, sporting, and other cultural events. And I actually applied for Trois-Rivières to host the Francophonie Games. We really are in a riding where people have suffered. And during this time, we have to make sure that these people who were already rich, who became even more rich unfairly, pay their fair share. I'm talking about web giants, so I fully agree with him. Compensation measures could be appropriate. A short question and answer. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Perth Wellington was criticizing this bill. He talked about Groundhog Day. But I think that when the last Parliament adjourned, it was about the same as this one we have today. When it comes or rather, what legitimacy does this bill have now today? And does that legitimacy deserve for us to move forward quickly for our cultural sector? 30 seconds to the member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We absolutely must make sure that our creators stop suffering. I believe that we need to move forward expeditiously, but also vigilantly. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very pleased to be speaking on this issue. I'm a member of Parliament. I'm a politician. I think you could call me that. But in the past, I was an actor, an artist. I participated in the making of a number of films, and the lot of artists at this time is very troubling to me. Today I want to speak about culture. I won't get into the technicalities, algorithms, and streaming. I'd like to focus this debate on what we're talking about with C11. What is at stake here? To me, what is at stake is Quebec culture. I'm sorry to the interpreters. I wrote a text, but I think they will have quite a lot of difficulty translating a few of these terms from Quebec culture. But what we need to understand is we are a unique culture in North America. It's evolving. And I would like to start by quoting one of my great friends, Pierre Falardeau. When he spoke about culture, he said, "For me, that's what Quebec culture is all about. It's about direct, physical, deeply sensual contact with this land. Culture is a landscape that grips your heart. It is a mountain, a lake, a valley that comes from the depths of your youth. Quebec culture is a verse by Gaston Miron, an image by Pierre Perrault, the color of snow in a painting by Clarence Gagnon. Culture is also the smell of my mother's cooking. It's hockey on television on Saturday nights. Freshly washed and combed in your flannel pajamas with that smell of soap and fresh air. Quebec culture is also my aunts who were exploited at Imperial Tobacco in Saint-Henri. It was my uncle, a Lithuanian immigrant. He walked on his hands. It was wonderful. Quebec culture is my father, who showed me justice, solidarity, and love for my people. Culture is the back streets of a city and the fists of Reggie Chartrand. It's a song from old France, written 400 years ago, that suddenly comes back to you for no reason. It's Champlain. It's the curved roof of our old houses. It's the spaghetti or spaghette sauce that my girlfriend makes, as she says. It's my couscous from Faubourg Almlas and my children singing rap in French. That's culture. 1,000 little things that make up the gusto for life. And there are plenty of other things that make up Quebec culture. There's so much vocabulary to speak about it. We can talk about the seasons in Quebec the way they're spoken about nowhere else. Starting with winter. Mon pays, my country, as Gilles Le Vigneault sang. Quebec culture is about knowing the difference between cool, chilly, cold, and fret. It means being able to go from blowing snow to freezing rain with slush in between. It's being ready to hold onto our toques with both hands, even if we've had it up to here with being snowed under, freezing our butts off and afraid of not making it through the winter. It's also, of course, 1,001 ways to marvel at spring. Starting off with the maple syrup. So many smells and images that come to mind. It's a whole world of memories. And when the first rays of the spring sun begin to show, we start dressing for warmer weather, as if that could bring it on faster. It's 1,001 ways of savoring summer, from St. John's Day, the Saint Jean Baptiste, to corn boils while enjoying nature, outfitters, hunting and fishing areas. And of course, it's also 1,001 ways to enjoy fall. From the colored leaves to trying to forget the sun that's dwindling and bickering with our roommates over which starting lineup should go onto the ice for the beginning of the season, even if it was a terrible season. And we might even say, smells like the cup. After the first series of victories, yes, in Quebec, even when the cup is empty, we think it smells like something. But right now, it doesn't really smell like a cup. In Quebec, we have not only Father Christmas, but Séraphin, Donalda, Ticoun, Lina Paffin, Captain Bonhomme, and they join us with even more mythical characters. So mythical that everyone knows them, but no one has ever seen them. Like Roger Bontemps, Madame Blancheville, and that ever so kind Joe Blot, the most famous everyman in Quebec. I think Joe Blot must be from Saint-Glinglin. And Madam Speaker, that's very special. Everyone knows it's far away, but no one knows where it is. Quebec must be a country that you can really get lost in. We have an east border on the North Shore and our southern borders in the eastern townships, our square districts, and our quiet revolutions. It's a country, it's a nation where you can curse using words from the church. And Quebec culture is also about so many other things. It's images, the light from Jean-Paul Lemieux, the flight of Riopelle. It's an aesthetic that doesn't even think it's an aesthetic. It's a kind of vibration between the Laurentian flora and the People's Almanac. Quebec culture, Madam Speaker, is something that affects us. It touches us, and we don't even know what it is. Boucard, Dédé, Ginette, and Céline. It is also, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, a whole history of political and linguistic misunderstandings with English Canada. Like when we say laïcité or secularism, but in English media it's translated as racism. Or when we talk about academic freedom, but it's translated as racism. Or when we speak of Prenity of the French language in Quebec, and that also comes across as racism. In this deaf dialogue between our language and the other, there's always a nuance that gets lost in translation. But the snowblowers and skidoos, those are from Quebec, and that's without even mentioning poutine. That is the decadent national dish of Quebec. And of course, as Raoul Duguay would say, everything is in everything. And as Ariane Moffat would say, I want it all. So if we neglect to support our creators and our platforms, we'll see all these beautiful things from our home erased. And they will be lost to the new generation, my children, Madam Speaker. They need to be tied back to their culture, to everything that makes us who we are today. And that is the risk of going from being a people to nothing but a clientele. We have a culture that is very much a minority culture. It is precious and fragile, and it could be obliterated. It is irreplaceable, Madam Speaker, and it is ours. When a culture dies, that is a loss for all of humanity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member did kind of pique my interest when he was referencing hockey as one of Canada's great passions of culture, and I think of the Montreal Habs and the Winnipeg Jets and how we love our hockey. But it is very much the Celine Dion's and many other celebrities in acting, in performing arts. The many contributions in writings, whether it's poetry or books in general, that it is a very strong and healthy industry. And when we think of the internet and streaming, and through this legislation, we are providing the additional strength going forward to be able to build on specific industries, in particular our arts and cultures, with the passage of this bill. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it is that this legislation pass so that we can further and continue to support our culture and heritage across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you. My colleague is right. We need to get this passed. And even before the previous election, my friends who were artists sent me lots of emails saying, yeah, no, we got to get this through. But, our artists are suffering right now. They're starving. There are artists who have immense talent and who aren't being able to profit from the fruit of their labors right now. On YouTube and online, people automatically go to Anglophone content. We need to make sure that Francophone content is easier to discover. It needs to show up because otherwise people aren't going to maybe search for it. So we need to get this passed as quickly as possible.
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his comments. It was really a great pleasure to listen to him, and I really enjoyed his speech. He spoke about Quebec content and Francophone content on the online platforms. I'd like to know what proportion would he like to see on the web giants? What proportion of Quebecois content would he like to see online on those platforms? Thank you. The honourable member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I don't know if I'd want to put a number on that. You can't put a number on success. If there's an artist who's doing well, if they've got a hit, they'll be noticed. The problem is that right now, even our biggest artists, our most successful artists in Quebec, are having a hard time getting onto Spotify and YouTube and all the other platforms. They don't show up. They don't appear, very, automatically. So we need to make sure that the success that we have in Quebec is present on the platforms where people can consume them. And that's the key issue. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his a fascinating speech on Quebec culture, and I certainly share his feelings about Quebec's culture. In terms of popping up on social media and YouTube, for example, that's often where people discover songs. And if we want to make sure that Quebec or French language songs are available and visible for consumers, we need to be in the algorithms. And right now, under C11, the CRTC wouldn't be able to deal with algorithms. What does my honourable colleague think of that? The honourable member. Well, I don't know if the technicality of this issue would make Francophone culture appear more easily. I'm not a specialist in that area, so I don't know if the algorithm is the issue. But the key issue remains. In C11, there's a guarantee, and, C11 isn't perfect, but there's a guarantee that we will ask the big online platforms to work harder on this issue to make it easier to discover our artists. It's not perfect. We're going to, we can work on this bill if there's an opportunity and a need to change that, and I know the CRTC will have its word to say, but I think the message is clear in the bill to say, hey, we want Francophone content everywhere. We want to make sure it's visible for everybody who wants to consume it. Resuming debate.
Reprise de débat. Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought I was going on in about half an hour, but I'm ready. I will be sharing my time with the member for...
Absolutely correct. I didn't notice that the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie had his hand up, and it's my fault on the technical issue. So, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. It's the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, and I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And maybe my colleague from Davenport will be happy to have the next 30 minutes ready to prepare her remarks as she was expecting. Madam Speaker, I'd like to, take this opportunity to speak because I'm familiar with Bill C11, as I did a lot of work on its predecessor, the bill that wasn't passed by the Senate, the previous Senate, C10, which dealt with the same issues. So this is a new version of that, but it's almost identical to C10 with just a few changes. So To set the scene, I think it's important to talk about fiscal fairness. And yesterday I was listening to the radio, and Thomas Piketty was saying that the fact that, making billionaires and big companies, the GAFAMs of this world, the web giants, that's the key. That's what we need to do. We need to make them pay more taxes to have fairer societies where we can pay for social programs so that we can take care of our young people, our neighbors, and our communities. And this bill goes in that direction. But unfortunately, we still have a federal government in front of us, and whether it's conservative or liberal, it doesn't matter. Neither government has acted to make sure that the web giants pay their taxes in Canada. And I can hear the Heritage Minister saying, no, it's not the Heritage Minister's job, it's the Finance Minister's job. And yes, I know that. But we have a problem with tax fairness, a major problem with tax fairness in this country, which prevents us from making the necessary investments in healthcare, in post-secondary education, in infrastructure. And it's always the workers and the middle class who have to pay for that when the richest are able to hide their money in tax havens, and the big companies, the web giants, aren't paying taxes in Canada. It's a scandal. And we should all be indignant about this. And I call on the federal government to listen to progressives, to the NDP, among others. And it's time to say, that's enough. It's time for Google, Apple, and Facebook to pay taxes. They make ridiculous profits, and that's our money that's literally been stolen, and it's up to the middle class and the workers, the people that we represent in our ridings, to make up the lost tax revenue and to pay for it. And, that's not in C11, but Bill C11 does talk about some fairness in the financial contributions that are made to support our cultural sector. And so that's where there's a link between these two things. And so it is a step forward, but it is important for our national, local, and regional producers and artists. And it's absolutely essential that we be able to make this shift. It's time, and we're already way behind on this. When the Broadcasting Act was passed, it was in 1991. And it's now 2022. In 1991, we didn't have Spotify, we didn't have Netflix, we didn't have all of these online broadcasters, all of these streaming broadcasts.
Toute autre époque, heureusement ou mal.
It was another time, and fortunately or unfortunately, I remember it. But what it means is that we have legislation and a regulatory framework that is archaic, that is completely out of date. And as my colleague said earlier, it's literally from another century, and it needs to be updated. In the past, the federal government was able to intervene and was able to legislate on the TV and radio broadcasters in Canada because radio waves and spectrum was a public good, and so it allowed the government to regulate how that spectrum and how those radio waves are used. But the Internet is a different kettle of fish. It's not considered to be a public good or a public service, unfortunately, and it should be considered a public service, in my opinion. But what that means is we had legislation that was based around a concept of public radio waves, and we're light years from that now. In the NDP, we think that this legislation will help level the playing field between those who contribute to Quebec and Canadian content and those who are not contributing right now. And this is something that should have been done a long time ago. We said it last year before the elections. And, various governments have dragged their feet on this. And as we all know, culture and our cultural sector has suffered, and it continues to suffer, unfortunately. And I find it very cynical for the Liberals to have said that there's a need to act urgently with C10 and then to have tabled the bill too late in 2021, and then on top of that, to have called elections knowing very well that it was going to kill the bill, that it was going to die in the order paper in the Senate, and that it wouldn't be passed by the Senate or get royal assent. So through their political egoism, because of their partisan tactical decisions, because they wanted to try and get a majority in the House, the Liberals deliberately and knowingly abandoned the cultural sector and our artists. So we've lost months or maybe a full year when we could have fixed this problem much earlier, this problem of how the various players in this area are funding through the Media Fund or through other funds, how they're funding our cultural production. And it's important that we be able to support this sector. It's more important than ever. And the cultural sector, along with the tourism sector, is one of the two sectors that have suffered the most throughout this pandemic. And I know C11 doesn't necessarily directly affect, for example, some live arts like live theater, for example, but our artists tend to work in various areas, and we need to help them all. So we need to move forward quickly and vigilantly. And so we need to be careful, because if we're only going to update this act every 33 years, well, we need to make sure we do it well when we do it. So at the moment, we have a system, as I was saying earlier, which is completely out of date. It's, technology has moved on. So we have broadcasters and we have the cable companies, which pay for various artistic productions here in Canada, TV, film, and in some cases songs. But all of the online broadcasters, all of the streaming broadcasters don't put a cent into production here in Canada, into our stories. And it's this unfairness, this inequality that we have to fix. We should have fixed it a long time ago, but we're ready now to work in good faith with our friends in the cultural sector to make sure that we can change this situation and find a solution to this problem. So, in terms of the principle, this is something that the NDP supports, and the NDP supported C10 as well in the previous parliament, and we want to work with the cultural sector because, first of all, we love culture, and we know that culture defines us as humans, but also because we know it's an important economic sector with tens of thousands of jobs. It's a sector that is at the heart of our cities, our towns, and our regions. We know that, Quebec City and Montreal, and in my riding of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, it's a very, very important sector of our economy. And in my riding, we have a very vibrant artistic sector, and I'm very proud of that. So, Madam Speaker, now I'd like to talk a little bit about a couple of problems, a couple of issues that we have with the bill. And I'm looking forward to hearing the minister on this and maybe see at committee if we can't find a way to fix some of these issues. So one of the things that affected debate last time was the partisan speeches from the official opposition, the Conservative Party, who spent a lot of time raising concerns and doubts suggesting that people would be managed or regulated by a government agency like the CRTC when, if you honestly read the bill, it shows that no, what they were suggesting wasn't actually going to happen. And the new bill seems to be a bit more clear, a bit firmer around the fact that videos that people put up online aren't going to be subject to CRTC regulations. And so online users who use the internet personally will be excluded. And so that is very clear in the bill. It's repeated on several occasions. So we could have some discussions about that, but I think that we're heading in the right direction because that isn't the goal of the bill. That's not what we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do with this bill is to make sure that companies who are making a commercial use of the internet, where there are commercial profits, that they be required to contribute. And that's where things aren't clear. How are we going to calculate the contribution, for example, of YouTube by making the distinction between a commercial use and a personal or private use of the social media platform? And I say YouTube, but it could be TikTok, Facebook, or Instagram. It's the same thing. There is a lot of professional and commercial use of these platforms, of these social media platforms, and that's fine, but we need to make sure that we have a mechanism in place which will allow us to determine the value of the commercial use of TikTok or YouTube, and which would exclude private or personal use of that platform. And the first discussions that we've had with people from the Heritage Department, well, we didn't get a clear answer from them. We had the impression that they were skating a little bit and that they weren't sure what the solution was going to be. So I get the impression that it's going to end with some bargaining, some negotiating with each of these platforms. And if we don't have any tools for transparency concerning, how that information is going to be determined and what the proportions are between private and commercial use, that information is the property of the online platform. So if we don't have that, how is the Liberal government going to negotiate with these web giants to make sure that they aren't pulling a fast one and that they're not going to, continue not paying their fair share like, the people of Quebec and Canada are doing? So there's a clarification that's needed there, Madam Speaker, and I think that the work that's done at committee will be very important, and it will be up to the minister to explain this to us.
I guess
the second thing I'd like to talk about, it's something I've been wondering a lot about, and I'm not the only one because some colleagues from the Bloc Québécois have asked questions about this, including the member for either Joliette or Terrebonne, I can't remember either way, the former critic for Heritage. And that is discoverability. This bill deals with funding of some culture activities. Web giants would have to pay their fair share. Another important aspect, will consumers see these productions? Because it's all well and good to have a Québécois film on Netflix, but if it's not very discoverable, if it's not right there on the homepage of Crave or Disney Plus, Netflix, whatever, if you don't know the film is there, you're not going to watch it. If you don't know the TV show is there, you're not going to watch it. And if you don't know the song is there, you're not going to listen to it. For our artists, for our singers, YouTube is a great way to make money and to market their work. Currently, the federal Liberal government seems to be saying that they want consumers to be able to see and hear and find these productions. Yet the government is also saying that they won't interfere with the algorithms or make requests for these web streaming companies' algorithms. But there are algorithms. In fact, each user is shown different content based on what we've watched or heard previously, based on what we are interested in. Different web giants and web companies exchange information in order to have targeted, accurate profiles for each user. How will we make sure that for example, a Cœur de Pirate song is easily discoverable for those who are looking for songs on YouTube? So we've asked this question, and the answer is that, well, it will be, we don't know how that will be followed. Will discoverability really be altered, or are these empty promises? Now, there are some private aspects to these algorithms. It's private business information. But if we don't go through these algorithms, then I don't know how we're really going to have an impact. It's so important that Canadians and Quebecers can find with greater ease Canadian content, films, TV, songs, other types of culture. But if we're not actually changing things, then the bill will not do what it aims to do. There are some other interesting aspects: national productions, discoverability, funding, and also diversity. I think this bill takes a few steps in the right direction, notably with the guarantees for French language productions. This is very important to me as a member representing a Quebec riding. It's very important for Quebecers and for French language speakers outside Quebec, everywhere in Canada. It's very important to be able to create and produce in French and have your work be discoverable and discovered by people. The government may deal with Netflix, and after that, we really got the impression that Quebec creations and French language creations had been totally left behind. There are also some guarantees now for Indigenous language creation and productions. This had been neglected for a while. We have some catching up to do. Some investment needs to be made. As for investing, provincial and regional support, we'll have to talk about that. We'll have to talk about specific amounts for funding, and I don't know whether there will be quotas. Either way, there are steps in the right direction here. During committee study of this bill, the NDP will really highlight these aspects. There are other aspects of this bill that merit our attention. For example, the concept of cultural sovereignty. When we don't have the resources to produce and create our own stories, the stories of our regions and towns, then our market will be flooded with other people's stories. We need Canadian content, French, English, Indigenous. But if we don't have the right resources, we won't succeed. Because let's face the music, we are right beside the center of cultural imperialism, that is the United States. We need to really protect Canadian and Quebec creation. We need to encourage local talent. This has to benefit Canadian and Quebecer artists. They need to be known and discovered and seen and heard. Also, though, there's another issue. There is no mention of Radio-Canada in C11. There is no mention of the mandate of Radio-Canada or the independence of its board. We, the NDP, would have liked this to be included in the bill. Also, we are waiting very impatiently for other bills promised by the Liberal government, especially as concerns newsrooms, use of journalistic news content like MSN websites and others. They share news content but don't pay their fair share for sharing this content. That is an issue. And currently in Ottawa with the protests, there are far-right extremist interests. I think that there should be a bill to this effect about extremist content online. We're waiting for the Liberals to take action on that. We want to support journalism, and we also want to see a bill about online hatred.
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been somewhat encouraging both hearing opposition members address the legislation. And, you know, the minister responsible was very passionate in his explanation and love for Canadian culture and heritage and all the different regions. And when we take a look at the legislation that we have before us, it is legislation that is needed as technology has advanced greatly. The need for the legislation is very real. It's tangible. It's one of the reasons why it's before us today, recognizing how streaming has become a major aspect of society today and ensuring that our that our arts community is not left behind on it. And this is one of the reasons why I see it as very strong legislation. And my question to the member is, would he mentions a number of areas in which he would like to see changed. Does the NDP actually have some amendments that they would be able to share with the House even prior to it going to committee?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague for his speech and for his question. We support our cultural sector, we support our creators and our artists, so we will support such legislation, but with some essential amendments. I spoke about two of those amendments. The NDP will work constructively with the other parties in committee in order to really strengthen and improve the bill. However, I think that the Liberal Party should do better to defend its bill, and I hope that the current Heritage Minister will do better than the previous Heritage Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I was just kind of going through the bill here, and there's one part in Section 5 that talks about consultations with minority linguistic communities across Canada, and it's about how the Commission is going to have to seek consultation from these communities to figure out if the policies that they are making are actually going to be implemented and what kind of effect they are actually having on communities. So I'd just like to know if the member has any thoughts on that, or if he has any faith that these consultations will actually take place and make meaningful change to the Broadcasting Act to better serve the needs of these communities.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague for his question. It's an excellent question. This bill has the support of many important groups, including the Coalition on Diversity of Cultural Expression, as well as the Coalition for Culture and Media in Quebec. Also, many Francophone communities outside of Quebec are following this very closely. They're very interested in this. For example, I met with representatives of the Acadian Cultural Society of New Brunswick. I hope that the minister will be very honest through consultations. I think that there should be transparency for Francophone communities outside Quebec, notably Acadians, and also I have Indigenous people in mind as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, for his excellent speech. His ideas are mostly very similar to ours. I wonder what his thoughts are on the work done in the context of C10. The Bloc Québécois made a lot of suggestions, gave a lot of ideas when we were working on C10. C11, before us now, well, it could be adopted easily as soon as we get to work, in my opinion. But what about the $80 million a month that Canadian content creators are missing out on because of the big kingpins? I'm thinking about all the musicians, actors, artists. Can my colleagues speak to the urgency of how fast we should be passing this bill? The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague, and I very much agree with this. I'm not going to say my colleague's riding name. It's a very long riding name, but I'm sure it's a lovely, beautiful riding. I agree with her that we need to act swiftly because each month, each year, our artists are losing out on substantial sums of money. There's a traditional Quebec music group, Vent du Nord, and they are following our work closely. They want the government to act as soon as possible. I think we have a good base with what we have from C10. And yes, last time the Bloc Québécois made some great suggestions. We supported most of them. The NDP also made some suggestions. I think that we share the same position and we will be able to work together very well.
L'honorable député, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable colleague who has done absolutely tremendous work in this area, and I couldn't agree more with my colleague that the arts community has been gutted, particularly now as we are in a pandemic. One of the reasons why I put forward a bill for a guaranteed livable basic income, something that would be a game changer for artists. Now, my honourable colleagues spoke about how the NDP has fought to ensure that the orders and conditions required by the CRTC from the web giants are transparent, public, and do not contain loopholes that web giants can use to circumvent their obligations to fund and make Canadian cultural content discoverable. I wanted to ask my honourable colleague if he could expand on that and why this is critically important.
The honourable member for l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. I know that in her riding there is a very active community of artists. They thrive, but they are also dealing with the consequences of the inaction of previous governments, as well as the crisis that we are all living through. This is an excellent point. Opposition parties, progressive parties, we should be really paying attention to how much power we give to the CRTC. I also talked about the importance of transparency. I talked about negotiations with web giants and what their requirements will be. We're going to have to be very strong and take solid action because, based on my experience, the CRTC can be sometimes complacent, rather weak in its dealings with big companies. We can't rely only on the CRTC. The honourable member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He seems to be very knowledgeable about the subject matter. He said that the bill hasn't been modernized since 1991. I don't know if it's positive or not that he remembers that time. I wasn't around at that time. Now, at the end of his speech, he said that the bill won't deal with Radio-Canada, but we have some coverage issues in our regions like Rimouski, Matane, Baie-des-Chaleurs, the whole Gaspé Coast, Île-de-la-Madeleine. They have very few journalists, sometimes one or two journalists for a region, and I think that we should really be dealing with this. I wonder if he thinks the same as me, and I wonder how he feels that it could have been integrated into this bill. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I thank my colleague, the member for Avignon, Lamitis-Matane, Matapédia. Yes, I got the riding name. Excellent question. Yes, we could have included this in this bill. Radio-Canada is a company which, they have new offices in Montreal. That's nice. That's great. But we should really be renewing their mandate, their role, and their resources. I am aware of the issue of regional coverage, and I would take that even a step further to talk about coverage of news for francophones outside of Quebec. There's really not a lot of coverage for francophones outside Quebec, and I think that there's a lot we could accomplish together to improve this. The board, I feel, should also be more independent and be able to make its own choices.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member of Lac St. Louis. Madam Speaker, it's an absolute privilege for me to stand in the House today to speak on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport, to speak in support of Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. I'm truly grateful to the leadership of the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the work that he, his department, his team have done with respect to this bill. And as I've mentioned many times in this chamber, my riding of Davenport is in Toronto's West End, is home to more artists, creators, and those in the culture industry than probably most ridings across this country. And so anything that impacts the artists and cultural sector is of great interest to me and to the residents of my riding. Before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge that I am delivering this speech from the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation. Madam Speaker, our federal government is committed to advancing the interests of Canada and Canadians through a forward-thinking digital policy agenda. This will include steps to make the internet fairer and safer for all Canadians, while ensuring that it remains an engine for innovation. For decades, our system has guaranteed the creation of Canadian movies, TV shows, and music. Today, streaming platforms benefit from access to the Canadian market, but have zero responsibility toward Canadian artists and creators. With C11, our online streaming bill, we're asking online streamers to showcase and contribute to the creation of Canadian culture. The Online Streaming Act will also improve fairness in the broadcasting system and ensure the sustainability of our cultural industries and the livelihoods of Canadian artists and creators. Madam Speaker, a key and important element of the Online Streaming Act is its application to online streamers. This issue has seen a lot of debate in the past, but our approach moving forward is quite simple. Canadians will continue to be able to use social media as they always do, and they will not be subject to this legislation. User-uploaded programs on social media, including those of digital-first creators, are excluded. The Online Streaming Act is about broadcasting and ensuring that online streaming services that provide access to commercial programs are required to contribute in an equitable manner. During the last parliamentary session, this bill's predecessor was the subject of a lively debate about the treatment of social media services and their role in supporting our creators and culture. We know that parliamentarians, broadcasters, cultural creators, and all Canadians rightfully value freedom of expression. We are also passionate about supporting our unique, vibrant culture and ensuring that there is a prominent place on our airwaves, our TV screens, and the internet for Canadian music and stories. Let's be clear. The Online Streaming Act does not force a choice between these important objectives. Our federal government listened to the concerns of many different stakeholders, built on the work of my colleagues from the last parliamentary session, and as a result, changed the approach to appropriately recognize the role of social media platforms. Under this approach, users of social media, including online streamers, are not impacted. This bill will not impact their choice of freedom of expression. Social media services play a role both as communication tools and as broadcasters. The Online Streaming Act recognizes this dual function. When social media services are used as communication tools to share personal content, they are not covered by this bill. In fact, the vast majority of activity on social media services is not covered by the Act. At the same time, the CRTC can impose obligations on social media services in the situations where their activities are the same as those of other online broadcasters. The approach, Madam Speaker, is simple. First, the users of social media services are not considered broadcasters. They will never face obligations under the Act. That means that you and I, no matter how active we are on social media or what we post or read or comment on, will always fall outside of the scope of the Broadcasting Act. The Online Streaming Act is not about our activities on social media. Second, social media services like YouTube can only have obligations in relation to the commercial programs they carry on their services. Content that does not generate revenue, the content of digital-first creators, which is only distributed on social media, or amateur content, are excluded. Finally, when social media services are used to distribute commercial music, they can be required to contribute in the same way as other online streaming services. It is only fair, after all, as after all, 2/3 of Canadians listen to music on YouTube. We owe it to our talented creators and our Canadian broadcasters to ensure fair treatment of programs consumed on different platforms, regardless of how they are distributed. And now, Madam Speaker, I'll outline this approach in greater detail. The Online Streaming Act is not about regulating the internet. It will not affect Canadians' ability to use the internet. Canadians will be able to connect with friends and family and stream their favorite movie and TV shows just as they always have done. The Act sets clear limits as to where the CRTC may impose obligations. Content uploaded by Canadians on social media services like Facebook or YouTube will not face obligations except in clearly defined circumstances as provided in Section 4.2 of the Act. Let me provide a few examples. Ottawa's Jade Taylor Ryan uploads a video of his dancing cat, Ed, that reaches over 10 million likes on TikTok. Jade Taylor Ryan is a user of social media and is never covered by the Act. TikTok will also not face any obligations in relation to Jade's video. Gurdeep Panders, Yukon's famous Bhangra dancer, uploads his YouTube videos that have danced their way into many hearts. Gurdeep Pandar is a user of social media and is never covered by the Act. YouTube will also in this case not face any obligations in relation to Gurdeep's video. YouTube and other social media services cannot face obligations in relation to these user-uploaded videos because they are not the kinds of videos offered on other streaming or traditional broadcasting services like TV or radio stations or Spotify and Netflix. Again, if a Canadian uploads a video of their child's birthday party, that would also fall outside the scope of the Act. Even when a Canadian captures their pet's hilarious moment, uploads it to the social media where it goes viral with millions of views, both the user and the content always falls outside of the scope. So again, the Act does not apply to content generated by everyday Canadians or to social media services for their distribution of that content. This brings us to the question of digital-first creators. Social media platforms have helped turn many Canadians into household names. We've seen the rise of such talents such as Gigi Gorgeous and Asian Canadian pop singer Alex Porat on YouTube. Platforms like Bandcamp and SoundCloud have provided opportunities for artists like Hussein Ahmed, aka Handsome Tiger, a producer DJ of Anishinaabe Métis North African descent. These individuals are among the many Canadian digital-first creators. Their content is developed first and foremost to be distributed on social media platforms, and it is not distributed through other broadcasters. The intention of this bill is not to interfere or stifle these Canadian voices. That's why, Madam Speaker, the government intends to instruct the CRTC through a policy direction to ensure that the content of digital-first creators be excluded from the Act, and therefore social media services will not face any obligations in relation to the programs of digital-first creators. We've been clear on this from the very start. The Online Streaming Act only allows the CRTC to impose obligations on social media services with regard to a subset of commercial content, such as commercial music. The legislation includes 3 factors that the CRTC must consider in identifying commercial programs. It will consider the amount of revenues generated by the program, 2, whether the program is available on other traditional or online broadcasters such as Netflix or Spotify, and 3, whether the content has been assigned an international standards code number. The objective here, Madam Speaker, is fairness. Any service used to distribute commercial programs, be it in our homes or cars or pocket, will be required to contribute to Canadian stories and music. This approach ensures that music like Edmonton native Ruth B. Song's Dandelions, also a popular song, will be treated the same way when made available through YouTube as it is on radio or Spotify. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the new approach to social media in the Online Streaming Act will ensure that social media services contribute in an appropriate manner to the Canadian broadcasting system while respecting the rights, freedoms, and choices of Canadians. With our online streaming bill, we're asking online streamers to showcase and contribute to the creation of Canadian culture. Both Canadian broadcasters and streaming platforms should play from the same set of rules. I ask all the honourable members of this House to support the Online Streaming Act. We owe it to our creators, our culture, and all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32 Sub 2, I am tabling in both official languages a motion for confirmation of a declaration of emergency pursuant to Section 58 of the Emergencies Act, as well as an explanation of the reasons for issuing the declaration and a report on consultations with the Lieutenant Governors and Council of the provinces with respect to the declaration. I am also tabling the proclamation declaring a public order emergency. And finally, Madam Speaker, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion at the next sitting of the House pursuant to subsection 58 sub 5 of the Emergencies Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Davenport for her comments. And a lot has been said in the debate today about social media, about web giants, and I was curious to notice that the member for Davenport has spent $18,955 on Facebook advertising in the last couple of years. Curious, with subsection 4.2, with direct or indirect revenue generated from social media content, whether she thinks that her $18,955 that she spent on Facebook advertising would be captured under subsection 4.2 of the Act.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question, and I also want to thank him for his advocacy for everything to do with arts and culture in this country. As I mentioned, in my riding, we have so many artists, and anything to do with this sector is very important. Here's how I'll answer your question. The objective of this bill is to bring online streaming services under the jurisdiction of the Broadcasting Act. It is to modernize a very outdated legislation and make sure that we treat our broadcasters the same as our online streaming services. And that is the key objective of this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member is not wearing her headset.
Il faut toujours s'assurer qu'on est prêt.
It's important to always make sure we're ready because other questions could be asked using this time. So I do encourage all members to make sure they're ready if they are participating virtually. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Yes, I'm very sorry, Madam Speaker. My apologies to all colleagues. Inaudible for the interpreter. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Great. So my apologies. And I thank my colleague for her speech. Here's my question. We were both at the Finance Committee and we heard a very captivating testimony from Sophie Préjean from the Union of Artists. She testified that the Union of Artists suffered very much during the pandemic. She said artists had never dug into their RRSPs as much as during this pandemic. This bill could have helped so many artists so much earlier. So why have waited so long before tabling Bill C-11? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her very important question. I want to say two things. One is, in terms of this legislation, I do want to point out, because I think it's important to raise this, that this legislation will update CRTC guidelines that will increase the proportion of French language content to be supported through the Canadian Media Fund and other streams. And I think it's important to note that. I'll mention in terms of support, I think we did introduce this relatively quickly. We were only, the last election only happened last September. We came back into session in November, December. And so I feel that we have made a priority of reintroducing this bill. I will say, though, that I share her concern, and I have heard also from artists from my own writing as well, about the need for additional support. And I'm really proud of the support that our federal government has given to artists through CERB, through CRB, through very targeted and specialized funding for the arts and culture sector. We've had the backs of our artists and will continue to do so moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the member for her speech. Leveling the playing field with online streaming web giants is critical, but just like Canadian cultural workers, artists, and broadcasters who have been calling for these changes to ensure Canadian content is protected and supported, similarly, Canadian publishers have been calling on the government to address concerns in their industry. I spoke to Orca Book Publishers, an incredible Canadian children's book publisher located here in my riding of Victoria, and they talked about the need to ensure continued access to a diverse range of Canadian authored books published by Canadian-owned companies. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure the Canada Book Fund is adequately resourced. They also spoke about how COVID-19 has exposed long-standing weaknesses in the Copyright Act. The legal framework...
I did ask for a brief question. I'll allow the honourable member to respond. We don't have very much time. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you. I want to thank the honourable member for her question. She didn't quite get to finish it, but I will say, as someone in my riding of Davenport, I have the House of Anansi, a really wonderful publishing house. They're also looking for urgent changes and an update to our Copyright Act, and I agree with her that we should make that a priority as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to be able to stand in the House this evening to speak to this bill. I seized the opportunity during the 43rd Parliament to also deliver a speech on this topic during second reading, and I'm very pleased to see this bill come back to the House. Madam Speaker, I believe that this bill, in a way, represents a second chance. It gives the official opposition a second chance to clearly support our creators and to hold to account a massive industry that is growing in strength by the day. And I'm talking about the digital broadcast industry, also known as the online streaming industry. It's an opportunity to hold accountable these web giants at the heart of this industry. The Conservatives say they are for the so-called ordinary people, but by opposing Bill C-10 in the last Parliament, they instead sided with the big, the strong, and those who dominate the public sphere in the digital age. Our creators play a vital role in our society and also in our economy. Creators are not just there to entertain us. They're also there to take our minds off day-to-day life. They're there to give us an escape. But what's more than that, they play a very serious and important role. Creators strengthen our identity and help it to evolve in a changing world, in a world that is constantly changing. Creators are our mirror. They show us to ourselves. Sometimes it's a favorable image and sometimes less favorable. Creators help us to better grasp and understand our past. And they also serve as a beacon that sheds light on our future possibilities. Creators express the soul of a people, a nation, a country, and their works feed that soul. If we do not take care of our artists and our creators, if we do not take care of their financial fate, if we let them wither and die on the vine, it is our collective soul that pays the price. Artists motivate us individually and collectively. They motivate us to build. For example, Madam Speaker, when we bear witness to an exceptional work, especially one that is rooted in our own histories, in our own reality, It sows a certain pride about who we are and what we are capable of achieving. This pride motivates us to further build our community and share our perspective with the world. I think of the works of Jean-Marc Vallée, who we recently lost. In his works, we recognize ourselves as Quebecers, like in Crazy or Café de Flore. Furthermore, our voice can be heard in his Hollywood works, Big Little Lies, Dallas Buyers Club, and Demolition Man. His Hollywood projects brought economic benefits to Quebec and Canada, even in my community in the west part of the Montreal Island. Gavin Fernandez, who I know had a long-standing collaboration with Jean-Marc Vallée at the post-production stage for some of his works. But more concretely, arts and culture are an economic force. In terms of these sectors most targeted by C11, first of all, let's take broadcasting, which brings $9.1 billion to Canada's gross domestic product, which represents 46,556 jobs. Or next, the film and video sector. This sector brings $4.3 billion to the Canadian economy, which works out to be 71,868 jobs. And finally, the music and sound recording industry contribute $572 million, or 8,286 jobs. But I can go further, Madam Speaker.
Les métiers d'expression créative, leur contribution dépasse les industries.
I would go further and say that the impacts of creative expression go beyond the industries mentioned. Creativity is at the heart of just about everything in a modern economy, where ideas, experiences, and symbols, etc.,
écoulé, pas pour votre discours, mais pour les affaires devant la Chambre en ce moment. Alors, l'honorable député va avoir 4 minutes la prochaine fois que ce débat, ce projet de loi est devant la Chambre. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajournement de la Chambre est réputée avoir été présentée et appuyée. En conséquence, la question est la suivante, que cette Chambre s'ajourne maintenant. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Sorry, point of order.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We did not get any translation on your intervention there.
Okay, I can certainly repeat the intervention. Est-ce que ça fonctionne?
Is it working now? Is it working now? Is it working?
Oui, ça fonctionne maintenant?
Yes, it's working now. All right. So, my intervention was...
In Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I asked for this late proceeding or adjournment proceeding to really just give the minister another opportunity to answer a very simple question I asked him in the House in December, and that's with respect to Bill C-5 and whether or not he's willing to accept an amendment.
Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Merci, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I want to start by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Algonquin people. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-5, and I intend to focus on some areas where there appears to be some misunderstanding about the impact that repealing mandatory minimum penalties from the criminal code will have on our justice system and society more broadly. And I want to just direct the member to take part in the committee as well as the process where amendments can be made, and we would welcome and review all amendments put forward by members at committee. But let me make this clear from the outset. Repealing MMPs for certain offenses does not signal that these offenses are less serious. Instead, the government is aiming to restore judicial discretion to impose fit and appropriate sentences in more cases. These changes will also help address systemic racism and discrimination in the criminal justice system. Our approach is smart on crime, and we will not take lessons from the failed approaches from the previous Conservative government. In Canada, sentencing courts are always required to consider public safety in imposing a sentence and to ensure that the system reflects both the seriousness of the offense and the degree of responsibility of the offender. And I have faith that sentencing courts will continue to impose fit and appropriate sentences. I would also note that the courts understand the seriousnesses of the offenses involving firearms. For example, the Supreme Court of Canada in R.V. Noor confirmed that serious penalties should be imposed for our firearms-related offenses when circumstances warrant it. Here are the facts. The MMPs targeted by this bill have disproportionately affected Indigenous peoples, Black Canadians, and members of marginalized communities. In 1999-2000, Indigenous peoples represented 2% of Canadian adult population, but accounted for 17% of admissions to federal custody. Since then, those numbers have risen significantly, as most recent available data suggests they now account for 5% of the Canadian adult population, but 30% of federally incarcerated individuals. What's more, Black Canadians are overrepresented in terms of federally incarcerated individuals, representing only 3% of the Canadian adult population, but 7% of the federally incarcerated individuals. They are also overrepresented in respect of import-export offenses subject to the MMP in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. It is hard to ignore the evidence, which shows negative trends that span well over a decade and has only been getting stronger. Repealing the MMPs in Bill C-5 would not reduce public safety. In fact, these reforms would contribute to enhancing public safety because data shows imprisonment, particularly for lower risk offenders, is associated with higher rates of reoffending. Bill C-5 offers an important way forward. It is evident from the calls from reform made by Canadian stakeholders as well as organizations and commissions, such as the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, that they believe that these reforms will move the criminal justice in the right direction. Having said that, I look forward to the members' feedback during the committee stage of this bill.
For Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Kind of a long-winded answer when yes was all I was looking for. I wish the member, the parliamentary secretary, could answer the question in question period. Would have saved us all a lot of time. That being said, he just did, I'd like to correct him. He talked about the failed Conservative policies, but the 14-ish mandatory minimums being removed are all ones that were brought in by Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau and Prime Minister Chrétien, and not anything that was brought in under Prime Minister Harper. So these are liberal mandatory minimums that are being taken off the books. But just to go to his whole point there as a concluding statement, could he provide extenuating circumstances of why someone found guilty of producing Schedule 1 or 2 drugs, i.e. heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, or crystal meth, should be let off as not a serious crime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ensure that the idea behind Bill C-5 is put forward this evening. Bill C-5 advances an evidence-based approach to sentencing policy in Canada. It proposes to repeal MMPs for certain firearms offenses and all those in the Control Drugs and Substances Act in order to address unjust outcomes for Indigenous peoples, Black and marginalized Canadians, by remedying their overrepresentation in custody, including for offenses punishable by an MMP. MMPs have high economic and social costs, and they offer little or no return on our investment. They perpetuate unfair outcomes and a less effective criminal justice system. Bill C-5 is an important step that breaks away from rigid, one-size-fits-all sentencing policies that treats lower risk and first-time offenders the same as hardened drug offenders. The reforms in this...
Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary's time is up. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to pursue a question I initially asked in question period late last year, December 2nd of 2021. I asked, the question ended up with the Minister of Fisheries. This topic that I'm going to raise again tonight crosses several different departments federally. At its core, it's about environmental racism. It's about illegal dumping of toxic waste on Mohawk territory. It would not be allowed. I can't imagine any non-Indigenous or non-Black community, because we do have an environmental racism problem in this country. My private member's bill, Bill C-226, I hope will be passed soon, and it's a nonpartisan effort to make sure the federal government adopts a strategy to deal with environmental racism, as the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has done for decades. But to this specific example, the Mohawk Territories of Kanesatake, this was my question December 2nd, has a toxic waste dump. It has been leaking harmful chemicals. It also affects wildlife and fish. And it is not as though the government has not said something about it. There was a directive delivered to the toxic waste facility from the federal government November 18th, 2020, to call for the toxic waste site to be cleaned up and for the dumping of toxic waste to stop. I asked the government, could the minister update us on what is being done to remove the toxic waste facility from Kanesatake? The answer came from the Honourable Minister for Fisheries. I think her answer was sound, but we didn't have the details. The minister said disposing of waste in this matter is dangerous to people, to the fish habitats and fish, and we will hold any individuals, to quote unquote, we will hold any individuals who violate this act to account. Well, Madam Speaker, as things progress, it's clear that the illegal dumping continues. The province of Quebec allowed dumping outside the confines of the specific permit that was given in 2015 for a recycling, that was what it was originally licensed for, a recycling landfill. The province of Quebec gave that permit to G&R Recycling in 2015, and by 2016 the complaints had begun. They continued as residents nearby smelled toxic and nauseating fumes and became sickened by these fumes. Finally, in September 2020, the province of Quebec revoked the license. And again, is an evidence of environmental racism. It wasn't until the black ooze from this toxic waste facility began seeping onto settler culture farms outside of the Mohawk community that the province took action. But the federal government is still looking at a situation where at this point, and these figures are just astonishing, Madam Speaker, this facility was licensed for storing up to 27,800 cubic meters of waste. It now has 400,000 cubic meters of waste, or 15 times what it was originally licensed for. Madam Speaker, this is not something that should be tolerated. The community of Kanesatake is calling out for justice. As Chief and former RCMP investigator, Jeremy Tomlinson, has said, look, you've got these facilities being built, people are paying to haul the waste away, and quote, he said, instead of getting rid of it at a designated site, they're dumping it here. Think about it. They're building on land that was stolen from us and dumping on what little land we have left. People have had enough. And Madam Speaker, I'm hoping in late show we can get to some solutions for this community.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her remarks and the question. And perhaps I'll start, Madam Speaker, by noting that Environment and Climate Change Canada is well aware of the issue and is working with Kanesatake Bands Council, Indigenous Services Canada, and the Government of Quebec to resolve the situation. GNR Recycling, SENC, is a Mohawk company operating since 2015 as a sorting center for construction and demolition materials on Kanesatake territory under a Band Council resolution and a certificate of authorization issued by the province. Over the past 3 years, Environment and Climate Change Canada and Indigenous Services Canada have provided support to Kanesatake Mohawk Council's Environment Office to help the community address environmental issues on its territory. As part of this support, in April 2020, at the request of the Band Council, Environment and Climate Change Canada provided assistance to the Kanesatake Environment Office to carry out the environmental site assessment of GNR Recycling. Following complaints of a discharge of water into a water body next to the GNR site in 2020 and subsequent inspections, Environment and Climate Change Canada enforcement officers issued a direction under the Fisheries Act to GNR Recycling on November 18th, 2020, with respect to the discharges of deleterious substances into waters frequented by fish. Since the issuance of the direction, Environment and Climate Change Canada enforcement officers have completed at least 3 follow-up inspections at the site, the latest of which was less than 2 weeks ago. To date, the inspections have found that the company is complying with the requirements of the direction. The company was also subject to a series of enforcement actions under the Quebec Environment Quality Act that culminated in March 2020, when the province issued a ministerial order directing GNR to immediately cease the deposit of residual materials and return the site to its original state. As my colleague, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, mentioned during question period on December 2nd, the protection of fish habitat and prevention of pollution in fish-bearing waters is a priority for our government. The administration of the Fisheries Act allows us to achieve that goal. The Fisheries Act contains specific provisions for the protection of waters where fish live, and the administration of these were entrusted in 1978 to the Minister of the Environment. Environment and Climate Change Canada officials will continue to work with all parties to verify ongoing compliance with federal environmental legislation at this facility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
If only any of that was true, and I have great respect to the parliamentary secretary, but the illegal dumping is continuing, and the whole tenor of the parliamentary secretary's answer was, don't worry, nothing to look at here. We have illegal dumping continuing. It's now being, as the dump site itself has been closed, there are constant reports of illegal late-night dumping near the homes of people in the Mohawk community. There also needs to be a cleanup. It probably will cost in the neighborhood of $35 million. We need to get on with it. And yes, I know Environment and Climate Change is well aware of this issue, as the parliamentary secretary said. They've been aware since 2019. And as the people of this community are saying, enough is enough. We must respect UNDRIP. We must recognize that this is Indigenous territory. We must make sure that everything we do is following the lead of this community. But it's clear the illegal dumping continues and the illegal waste sits there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, again, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for her passionate remarks, which I appreciate, and just stress again that the monitoring of the direction with the cooperation of the regulated party has made it possible to contain surface waters and prevent their discharge into the environment. Temporary surface water treatment solutions have been deployed. Pumping as needed and ex situ treatment of contaminated water, for instance, pending the results of environmental assessments aimed at formulating longer-term solutions. These solutions are now known and are in the process of being implemented. Continued monitoring is planned to ensure that surface water from the GNR recycling SCNC site no longer contravenes the Fisheries Act. Again, I appreciate the honourable member's comments this evening.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On November 25th, I asked the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion information relative to a BDC report that had found that 64% of companies said that they had difficulties finding workers, and this was limiting their growth. RBC also reported that over 1/3 of businesses are having problems at that time finding employees, resulting in 870,000 vacancies across Canada. And of course, that businesses need workers to make money, and therefore, what was the minister doing in an effort to resolve these labor shortages? Well, Madam Speaker, this actually feels like a really smaller problem today compared to what we've had to deal with since that time. We have this incredible instability that is in existence in the nation at this time as a result of the poor leadership of this government and the Prime Minister at the helm. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the reality is that life goes on outside the precinct, the parliamentary precinct. I'm very happy that the situations at the borders have been cleared up. The problems still exist here in Ottawa, but the reality is, Madam Speaker, life goes on outside the precinct. And the labor shortage still exists. But unfortunately, this is the problem with this government, is there are a number of serious problems that we should be dealing with as a government as a whole and as a nation, rather than these just unfortunate, unnecessary distractions which become significant problems as a result of the lack of leadership. I think of things which are relevant to the labor shortage, such as inflation, which of course was announced this week to be 5.1%, a historic number in a bad way, inflation being over 5%. The finance minister stands up time and time again and talks about 4.6% GDP growth. It's just not important to the average Canadian as a result of their necessity to buy groceries, to heat their homes. And that leads me to the next problem, which this government ignores outside of the large problem which continues to go on, and that is the cost of living. We have seen time and time again, members of the government in this House cannot name the price of a whole chicken. They cannot name the price of bacon. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, we see this inability to face problems also replicated within the numbers that they provide. They talked about 1 million jobs in the pandemic recovery. Well, Madam Speaker, these are just the jobs that were recovered naturally as a result of the pandemic, as a result of people going back to their jobs when the economies have opened up across this nation. It's a completely insincere number, and we even saw this with the 200,000 jobs lost, even a failure of that. They talk about 106% employment rate. This is also insincere, given that the workforce has shrunk. Seniors have left, individuals have left. Of course, you're going to have 106% employment if your workforce has shrunk. We see this problems in different sectors: agriculture, food processing, retail, hospitality, healthcare. I've offered solutions, eliminating the LMIA, a credit for automation. Like all the other problems, most significant, the one just outside these doors, this government just does not acknowledge these problems and does not come up with solutions to these problems. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Calgary-Midnapore for her important question. The pandemic changed Canada's labour market. Jobs have been lost, and workers need to upgrade or learn new skills to successfully go back to work and meet the new demands. That being said, even before the pandemic, Canada's workforce was facing challenges. We were already seeing widening wage gaps, stagnation in training and skills development, as well as a volatile shift towards gig and part-time work. Madam Speaker, we need to build a stronger workforce, and that's what the Government of Canada is doing. We are currently implementing the new apprenticeship service, for which Budget 2021 is providing $470 million over 3 years. The goal of this initiative is to help first-year apprentices connect with employment opportunities at small and medium-sized enterprises, giving them the hands-on experience that is required to succeed in the skilled trades. We are working closely with all our partners. For example, each year, the Government of Canada provides approximately $3.4 billion in funding for individuals and employers to obtain skills training and employment supports through the labor market development agreements and workforce development agreements with provinces and territories. Each year, more than 1 million employment and training supports are provided to individuals and employers across Canada just under these agreements. During the pandemic, the Government of Canada provided an additional $1.5 billion for employment supports to individuals and employers who were affected by the pandemic. More than 500,000 CERB and CRB recipients across Canada benefited from training and employment supports funded by the labor market transfers. This meant that those individuals who lost employment and retrained during the pandemic were ready to participate in the labor market. It's an additional $17.1 billion over 5 years that will be allocated under the agreements to help more Canadians upgrade their skills to meet the demands of the future labor market. Finally, Madam Speaker, to build a stronger workforce, Budget 2021 announced the creation of the new Sectoral Workforce Solutions Program, which recently launched a call for proposals. This funding will connect Canadians with the training they need to get good jobs in sectors where employers are looking for skilled workers, clean tech healthcare, and other sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. Applications will be accepted until March 2022, with the hopes of getting a number of projects underway by the end of the spring. The program will support a wide range of sector-focused activities, including training and upskilling for workers and developing solutions to employers' workforce challenges. Madam Speaker, in light of all I have just listed, I think there is no doubt that we are building the stronger workforce that we need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for that response. It's incredibly disappointing because it just seems incredibly canned, which seems to be a problem of this government. Again, just their inability to really listen to Canadians. They seem consistently out of touch Canadians. When I think about the labor shortage, that's about people eating. When I think about the cost of living, that's about people starving. Very frankly, here's some advice to the government. If I had to solve these problems in descending order, I'd start with the removal of the Emergency Measures Act. I'd move on to inflation, then the cost of living, and then finally, the labor shortage. And it's just, frankly, Madam Speaker, it's overwhelming, and I certainly hope that this government, under their leader, who was very disappointing in the House today, will certainly start to come to their senses and provide some solutions for Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly the issue of labor shortages is an important one, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising this issue this evening. The pandemic affected our economy, but we did not stand still. The Government of Canada is putting forward a broad plan to support hard-hit sectors, to help businesses adapt and to thrive, and to give people living in Canada the skills that they need to find good jobs. Part of the plan is our significant investments in apprenticeship through grants, loans, tax credits, EI benefits during in-school training, project funding, and support for the Red Seal program. Part of the plan is also our close collaboration with the provinces and territories to adapt a national approach to demand-driven skills training. Moreover, part of the plan is expanding and scaling up supports for the labor market integration of skilled newcomers with a focus on in-demand sectors. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is acting to resolve labor shortages. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc adjournée.
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.